And we're back. Welcome back, friends. This is our restart of the stream. Please hit the like button to help us with the problem of the algorithm. YouTube does not save a video that goes over 12 hours. We want to save our videos for the public record. So, unfortunately, we have to restart. It puts us at the bottom of these search results. That's just the way it is. Sorry I'm sitting in the dark, but I have a lot of eye strain involved with this. Yeah, Shu, you are first. You win the prize. Did you know that I have a specific, specially made trophy with a smiley face for those who win the prize? How do you feel? How do you feel? Yeah, welcome back. So I think I'm gonna save this as one of those whoa baby screenshots. The Wild Colby cam with firefighters looking at the oncoming onslaught. One of our last images we had where the camera died. The fire didn't reach it, but it's just off. I don't know why. I wish they'd explain this stuff. Camera offline because. Maybe they should have a sign like "We'll be right back," like "We'll return," like "Out to lunch." You know, the shingle town was down, then it came back. Oh dear, what a slip up, Gary. I know. Doesn't it remind you of the campfire? This is bad vibes. Yeah, the park fire has a 6 or something percent containment. Yeah, we could, JB, has a little bit of time right now. Yeah, he just got in touch. Cool. So let's see what JB has to say. The retired fire captain who's taught me so much. Yeah, from Shasta County, John Bruno. So let me tell him. I gotta take a bio break real quick. Yes, let me call you in a moment. Cool. So I'll take a quick bathroom break, and then I'm gonna eat. So it was a good reboot. Yeah, that was slick and fast, wasn't it? Okay. So I'll give JB 10 minutes. I will go to lunch, to dinner, I guess. Right after JB. So, dinner at 8:35. Oh dear, my phone almost ran out of battery. No wonder I wasn't getting a bunch of notifications. It went on low battery mode. I totally neglected it. Sorry, friends. I don't try to ignore those who donate via Cash App and stuff. I'm just goofy. Be right back. There we go. Oh, sorry. Okay, I didn't mean to sneeze in the microphone. My bad. My bad. Okay, let's get JB on the phone. Meanwhile, sunset. Okay. And then it's my dinner time. All right. Thank you. Sorry. Sorry, guys. All right. Let me call JB and see if he's still with us. He just sent a text. I have to plug in. Okay. Put your questions for real. Retired fire captain, guys. Oh, good. When the Sudafed wears off, it shows. That's gonna start to feel like trash. I have a little bit of a sore throat. There will have to be at least an hour that I just take for not talking. Okay, let's reach out and touch. Okay, that's actually. Oh no, that's a bad joke.
You reached the cell phone of John Bruno. Sorry, I couldn't get.
Or not. Oops. Hopefully he said he had a moment of time. Hopefully he'll be able to call back before I have to eat. So, whoops. What is the Mowich fire? The vegetation fire at Dallas Port? The Horse Thief Lake fire? Level 3 go now evacuations. Butte County, Washington. Okay, that's a new one. What is going on? That's the Columbia River Gorge. It's on the Washington side, but the Columbia River is notorious for high winds and rapidly moving fires. Oh dear. Now we're a little bit higher in the latitude in Portland, so even if the sun's totally setting, it's not that dark here. So that could have been taken around 7:44, yeah. 8 minutes ago. Level 3 evacuations at Spearfish Lake area. This is not that inhabited, but Columbia Hills State Park is evacuated. The Fallbridge subdivision to Avery is evacuated. This looks like a little dam. Is that the Dalles? Actually, a big dam. Is that the Dalles? What is over here? Yeah, where? What? Hood River. The Dalles. It's the Dalles Dam right there. So it's on the Washington side of the Dalles Dam. Oh dear. Yikes. That's not good. At dusk, when they can't really put a lot of aircraft on it, and by power lines, when they can't really put a lot of mega power lines, like the Dalles Dam power lines, where they can't work around them very much with aircraft. Oh dear. They had one the other day here that was nearby. The Bighorn fire is raging. God, it got to be 49,000 acres. Okay, JB's calling back. Hello, JB. You're live and on the air, and you've got 10 minutes.
Well, I probably have less than that. I'm grand sitting tonight. Just checking in with you. How are you?
Holding fast. They had a good day on the fire today. How are you?
Yeah. Are you switching over to day shift now and trying to sleep at night, I suppose?
I will attempt that.
Okay. Melatonin works good. Anyway, what can I answer any questions? I don't have a whole lot of information. I did talk to some folks that were on the line tonight.
You did? Okay.
Yeah.
Tell us about that. And we'll see if chat comes up with some questions.
Well, as you know, what changed in the last 24 hours was the winds were still in the same direction, not as intense, but a significant reduction in the air temperature, which means an increase in relative humidity. But there's a lot of flying brands that probably yesterday this fire put forth, and those can manifest in the next couple of days, way ahead of the fire. You just don't know where they're at. But they really worked hard. The troops hit it hard at the very north tip in the town of Manton. And so it's already past Highway 36. People know where it's at. I think you probably put maps up for them. But they have had a lot of dozer work in there, and had a lot of strike teams of engines doing structure defense and basically trying to catch that whole thing. They've had some slopovers.
But wasn't that Payne's Creek instead of Manton? Manton didn't have the perimeter.
Payne's Creek would be on the very west shoulder of the fire. The west shoulder, the head being right there in downtown Manton.
I don't see that. Though.
You don't see what?
On the map.
What don't you see?
I'm not that familiar with the area, but the perimeter map, did it just...
It doesn't write the word Manton on the map. The word Manton is not there, but if you were to take, Manton is a community in Shasta County.
Oh, okay.
Well, it's right at the Shasta Tehema. It's right just south of, the Shasta County line.
Oh, okay.
The town of Manton. It should be, if you you can pull up any Google map and it's going to be there. It may not be on your. That's a very vague map there that they put out.
Yeah, I know.
So Payne's Creek is a little rural community. There's a CAL FIRE station there.
Okay.
And then you got the Ponderosa Ranch right on Highway 36, right?
Sure we do.
Yeah. And then if you keep going east on Highway 36, it keeps going all the way through to a place called Mineral.
Right.
And Mineral would be, the fire's not there yet, but they're precautionary. So there's a ton of work that still needs to be done, and there's a ton of potential still, but things have, the severity of the fire behavior, as you can tell by watching it, is not what it was yesterday. Yesterday was I think that was a record breaker. I mean, I would like to know the difference between 0800 this morning and 0800 Friday, what that fire did. It must have done 100 plus 120,000 acres.
Something like that.
Yep.
It had 4 plumes, so.
Yeah, it did a lot.
Even we were surprised, and that just brings home the lesson. Whatever you think a Butte County fire can do, or Plymouth County, just add like 50% to what you think it can do, and then you're safe.
Right. Well, fire history, it doesn't make any difference what county it is. If you have these components, and what I told you was, what was unique about this fire? Well, first of all, it had been recipient of 4 heat waves. So that means all the dead fuel is really cured out, of course, and baked. And then the live fuel just sucked the moisture right out of it. Now, it's not critical like a drought, but it's sucked the moisture right out. And then you had a fire that burned where the alignment of the drainages and the alignment of the wind, or the blowing of the wind, is parallel. So you have a wind blowing from the southwest up to the northeast. That's a southwest wind. And you have drainages that run basically southwest to northeast or west to east. And it just blew it up there like a funnel.
Right. The perimeter map shows Payne's Creek got impacted, and everywhere that they're working today with dozers by 36, but the town of Manton is significantly further north across a chasm. I don't know if you can see the screen. So whenever...
let me see, where would I see this at? Your little on YouTube here? Because it's, I don't know how, I say so mine. Okay, let me. I have to go to the end, right?
Oh,
And
no,
it says 8:05 p.m.
just hit the
It says
screen.
8:05 p.m. on mine.
Yeah, hit the screen and make sure it says live. When you click on the screen somewhere, like it'll be lower left hand corner. So there's a 35
Make sure it says live.
second delay. Yeah.
How do I find live here? I don't know how you.
Well, it would be like by the slider, the left and right slider. If you're on the PC, then you could. It's over to the bottom left corner of the screen, where you would slide left and right to go forward.
On the PC, but okay, live.
Mm-hmm.
Live. I hit live, but then I get
there you go.
Some advertisement thing, I think.
What advertisement? I don't monetize.
Oh, no, not an advertisement thing, but it's got all kind of channels on here. Okay, let me think here. What are you showing right now so I can figure this out?
Well, there's a 35-second delay. I was just showing Google Maps. And so the pin on the map is where Paynes Creek is on 36. Manson is pretty far north. I just never saw any heat detection, not even with a 12-hour detector. So I just want to, and what I can show is the battle map. I have the perimeter map and a one.
Yeah, the fire map.
Yeah. So Manton.
But I don't see it yet. I'm trying to figure this out. Just be patient with me.
No, all right. Oh, are you on my correct stream? Like, are you on the last one?
7/26/2024. Red flag held. Butte County Park Fire Monster.
Okay.
Callan, Oregon live then. Okay.
Okay, but does it say AM or PM?
8:03 p.m.
PM.
So it's a little delayed.
Yeah.
PM.
So you're not live because it's 8:36 right now. So.
How do I get to this live thing?
It's easier to show you, but you'd have to be live for me to show you. So if you click, you know how you go forward and backward in a video? That's like a scrubbing bar that's red.
Yeah.
Bottom left of the screen to there should be this little live button. Click it. It's like a word. If it has a red dot, you're live, and if not, you're in the past. It's over by volume and stuff. I think that's how they still do it. I could test it at the YouTube.
Well, this thing starts, when I start this, it starts at 8:51 a.m. and it goes all the way to 8:04. So I don't know what I'm doing wrong here.
Okay, bottom left of the screen, you see there's a mute button for volume?
Yeah.
Okay, just look to the little right of the volume. You see how it says live?
Nope. No word that says live. Let me refresh this thing. Maybe that.
There should be pause in the bottom left, play, mute, unmute, volume slider, live in the bottom left corner of the screen. Like you can go back and forth in a live broadcast, and live is grayed out with a.
I'm on my PC here, so I don't know what's going on. I can't figure this out. I'm not into computers. I'm a normal guy.
Okay.
I don't spend a lot of time with them. So what I'm saying is I just can't. There's no word live on this thing at all. It's a YouTube, the thing, but there's no word live. I can't find it anywhere.
Not down by where the play button and pause is?
Yeah, by the play, there's no live button.
Well, it's just a word.
Sorry. Maybe I got to expand this or something. I don't know. Anyway, what's your question, ma'am? Maybe I can help you out here.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that people don't freak out and think Manton was on fire because I got no confirmation that it ever reached there on my end. So we know that Paynes Creek was devastated.
If you talk to anybody in Manton, California, that fire got on the very south end of it. Yes, absolutely. Yep.
Okay.
The town of Manton. Mm-hmm.
All the way up there by 44, close to 44.
No. Yeah, below that. It's in Shasta County. The fire, the head of the fire. Now, the head is the most further northern spot. I'm not talking about the sides or anything like that. It's, anyway.
Okay.
So that's critical because I tell you why. Manton is a little residential community. It's had a lot of fire in it over my career. I don't know how many times I was on fires in there, major fires. It's very vulnerable. But on the north side of the town of Manton, This is a rural residential area. I don't know how many people live there, probably 500. There is a slope. That slope rises from the south to the north, and it is called, the top of that slope, the ridge, is called the Shingletown Ridge. And then it transfers from oak brush to timber, and it flattens out, and it goes all the way to Highway 44, and that is Shingletown proper, which is like an Auburn or Pollock Pines or Placerville. It's a very well-populated, rural residential timbered community with lots of elderly people. Seniors live up there. And it's got a lot of land. Before that, that's been clear cut. That's SPI owned, which significantly has always in the past slowed down the fire before it hits the ridge. And that's a factor. But what helped today was they had this higher humidity, lower winds, lower temperatures, and they were able to work all night when those three factors are normally the lowest, with a lot of effort and a lot of work through the night, and they got a lot done. Now that's where that 10% probably comes from, the bottom end and then on the top end.
Okay, but Manton Road is down by Paynes Creek. I just heard all day that they were just...
Let me get a map here. I can't see anything on your...
Okay, I think you're on the wrong video and you're not on my current one. So the cool thing is you can click on the K logo and go to my channel.
What is the current one? This says 726. What would be the current one?
Yeah, I just, that was yesterday, dear, 727.
Oh, my lights are on, but nobody's home.
It's okay.
All right, stand by. I've been taking care of 3 fanboys here.
I know you haven't been sleeping, but you've been worried about...
Okay, stand by. Hold your forward.
Yeah, so just click on the...
Okay, I got live. I'm live. We're live.
Yay.
Catherine.
Okay,
awesome. World.
Yes, perfect. So I just want to show people that the heat detection... Okay. This is Paynes Creek with the pin. You'll have to wait.
So this is an old map. This map is what, last night? I mean, it's not a fresh map, is it?
That's last night. So
okay.
So Manton is over the ravine up there where you see all the residential stuff all day. Everybody's
been... Manton is. Show you where Manton is.
What?
I said I will show you where Manton is. Keep going north. Cross Battle Creek. You see it right there. Forward Road. Hazen Road, is the word Wilson Hill Road, that's the very north end, but
right.
Ponderosa Way, Manton Road. See Manton Road? It's a red road on this map. A6, yes. Manton Road. Yes, ma'am.
Right.
That is the community of Manton. That fire got across this huge, on the map it says South Ditch, but basically it's
Union
Battle Creek.
Spring and Fork of Battle Creek, okay?
Yeah.
It did?
So,
okay.
Yep. It's spotted in there.
So, the thing that confused me, and I was trying to clarify this much of the day, is...
That's Shasta County, by the way. That creek there, that Battle Creek is the separation between Tehema and Shasta Trinity units of CAL FIRE. Go ahead.
Okay, so I was just confused because when I hit all satellite detections and it goes back beyond, 11 hours... I saw nothing up there, and we've only been hearing them working in Paynes Creek. We've only had the sheriff speak about losses in Paynes Creek, so that's great. You're clarifying.
Yeah, that satellite thing is very big, and it, it might just show the heat when it was in there. I think it's spotted in there. And so they, I don't know if it was a clean hot burn, but they ringed a lot of fires. So they'll be slowly working the flanks, coming up from the backside, coming down from the top side. There's a lot of work they did yesterday. 24 hours ago, the big focus was the 32 corridor. And there's a lot of damage in there. I will tell you right now, what's the head count? 150 structures lost?
Approximately. They said 132 in the press conference, but I thought it was 142. But
I will say that it could probably double.
Okay.
Because I tell you why, the damage assessment teams that come in there, they go on foot 2 by 2 on every street, every road, every private road, every public road, and they survey and they take the assessor's documents with them, or probably their database, and they know where everything's at. That's an assessed property, Now, if you're living off the grid on some people's, you're a homeless guy making a shack on some dirt pad, that wouldn't be recorded.
Right.
So, but, and they will go, and that's where they'll find how many homes, how many outbuildings. You know, when they say buildings lost,
Right.
that's structures, barns, sheds, everything.
Right.
So you might have a house of 2,000 square feet, but you might have a 6,000 square foot barn and 5 1,000 foot sheds. So those are all appraised value.
Right. Right.
So anyway, yes.
So yeah, I know that they do count even tiny outhouses and stuff. When Bucks Lake had a fire, they counted the bathroom as a structure lost by the lake. It was
an outhouse, yeah.
Yeah, that was funny. So yeah, a lot of people are on edge. People are asking, like, do you know if such and such building survived? I'm like, I have no idea. We have to wait.
Let me just share this with you. CAL FIRE has a software program. I'm trying to think of the name of it, and you could probably research this. People can go online. They can put in their address, and when they click on it, 2 things are going to appear: either a home, a picture of a home. So let's say I go out. I'm a damage assessment team member.
Mm-hmm.
We go to your address, and it's gone. We photograph it, document it, and we enter it into a computer, and then it gets put on a map. And you look at this map, and you see the dot, and the dot is red, it's damaged. If it's black, it's destroyed. If it's orange, it's damaged. Or green, it's still there. And when you click on the dot, a picture will come up either of your structure still standing,
mm-hmm.
or completely destroyed. And that was the latest software program that I worked with folks when I was in the chaplain corps. We were down there working with folks that wanted to know if their house was gone or not. That's the way we did it. I had it on my iPad, so I'm trying to think of the name of the program.
Yep, I'm familiar with that.
All right, so there you go. So that gets uploaded every night. Those guys will come back, have their dinner, and upload all that data. And it can be very emotionally hard on people.
Yes, people during Paradise asked me to look for them so they didn't have to see the pictures. So I just offered that today.
I know. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, I've got to go to dinner soon, not immediately, but I was asking people in the chat what questions they have for you. A lot of them are like, will it make it to Chester, Almanor?
Well, why don't you hang on to those, sis? Hey, why don't you hang on to those, and I will come back with you here, maybe at a time that's good for you. I got to put these boys down. They got a camping trip, but listen, just wanted to give you an update. That was a very dangerous day for firefighters yesterday. I mean, every day is dangerous, but challenging, extremely challenging. Let me tell you why. First of all, it's hot. They've been working now for a month. All these firefighters have been either on duty in their stations held on or on a fire somewhere, this Sherry or the fire in Lassen, or the fire in Lassen, the fire in Lake Napa, a fire, all of them in the Siskiyou, all the names. And so, those guys don't get time off. They don't just like, well, I'm just going to come home and take my days off. No, you're held on duty because there's other firefighters that are still gone. Number 2, the fire behavior for the people in the sky. I talked to an air attack chief today. He was getting lunches for the pilots. He was saying that, that whole 32 corridor was a horrendous challenge.
Really?
And they said that if it goes south of 32, it's a whole new ball game. So the objective is to keep it north of 32 and out of the homes. And it's basically street by street firefighting.
Yeah, the biggest,
and very dangerous too.
Yeah, the latest development, we just went deaf, dumb, and blind because the Colby Mountain camps shut down, and so did the Platte Mountain. But just before they did, and there's no reason, it's not at Colby, but what we're really concerned about is just before it shut down, which was like 7:45 or so, the wind shifted and started going towards the Colby camp, and the Colby camp's just north of Butte Meadows. Now they diverted all aircraft to slam retardant by 32 to try to protect Butte Meadows. So that is the biggest point right now. It's kind of chugging north. And if it goes, it will threaten Butte Meadows and Chester and everywhere. We know that.
Of course. There's a lot of people that live off that corridor of Highway 32. And Highway 32 goes all the way up diagonally, southwest to northeast, and ties into Highway 36 just south of the Lassen Volcanic National Park.
Yeah.
Now, that's all big timber up there.
Yeah. And
you don't want it to go up there.
Yeah, they saved it all from the Dixie, and just to lose it now has been breaking my heart. So
Well, if this were to continue to burn northeast, it will hit the Dixie. You know
yeah,
that.
yeah.
Yeah.
I've been
That
trying to
whole
ask
area will be now burned.
and I'm trying to ask people how much brush has grown up at the base of those dead trees, because if there's a lot of brush, that's like a powder keg.
Yeah.
If there's not much brush, there's less risk, but
Right.
that could be really bad. I haven't been there.
So these heat waves have really, really, really sucked the moisture out of anything live.
Mhm.
And, I know here we are, the third week in July, we got fire behaving like it normally behaves the third week in August. So it looks like a month ahead of time. And the ERCs, when you go to predictive services, you can pull up the burning index, fuel moistures for 100-hour fuel, which is, a fuel that is like 1 to 3 inches, and 1,000-hour fuel, which is a fuel that's 3 to 8 inches diameter that's dead. They measure the moisture. But then they have the ERCs it's the energy release component.
Mhm.
Basically a fancy acronym for how bad is this mother going to burn? How hot, how ugly, and how critical is this thing going to burn? How intense? The higher the number, the more it is. And it hit some records here about 2 weeks ago.
Yeah,
because of these heat waves,
I'm still astonished. Looks like we got the Platte Mountain cam back at least. Now we're getting some nighttime images, but not being able to see where the fire's going, just seeing it get
a lot of haze,
seeing it approach on the heat, the satellite indications is now a bit more anxiety producing.
You're not getting a lot of crowning and torching because of the winds and the humidity's gone up, but you are getting a ground fire, so the surface fuels are burning. My question to you is, how many cams has this fire taken out? You probably keep track. At least 3, I would think, right?
Well, we've had the burnover first, the Richardson Springs, which died just because it hit a power cable. And then we had it did the Los Molinos, last night. It cohasted a course, so 1, 2, 3.
Yeah.
It slid right past Platte Mountain and touched it and tickled it. And tea, please, in the fridge. Thank you, my dear. C-Probe's here to feed me. And then,
yeah. Listen, I got to cut you off. I got immediate need.
All right.
Text me when it's good, okay? Thank
you,
ma'am.
You text us. All right. Thank you, JB, for your knowledge. Bye-bye. Okay, so JB is babysitting, but he's taught us so much. And yeah, he's a sweetheart, guys. So he's unable to explain, very well. Unless basically the Chester area and whatnot is looking good as long as they could keep it west of 32. Same thing with Mineral. Same thing with Butte Meadows, but it's at the most at risk right now. So tonight, the best situation that can happen, stir that, please. Like swish, thank you. Stir the milk in. Okay, look, it's iced tea. You stir the milk like that. Okay, give it a good swish. Get it down there. Thank you. Add more half and half.
No room.
Dang it. Alexa, turn on T2. You guys can see this. It's funny. C-Prep came over to feed me. Alexa, turn on T1. No, Alexa, no. Alexa, no. Stop. I do not want you to have a schedule for my lights. Alexa, shut up. Stop laughing. Alexa, turn on T3. Yeah, the people who just found us are like, what is this clown show? Guys, we've been live for more than 12 hours. I haven't eaten, so.
What do you mean you haven't eaten? I played DoorDash earlier today.
Not my dinner. It's 9 o'clock, so I'm low blood sugar and goofy. But okay. So people have been asking, when would Paradise or Sterling City they could be evacuated? When could Chester and stuff be at risk? That all depends on, wind. We don't have a lot of wind tonight, thank God. What we want to see, sorry, not all these cams are the fire. We want to see the smoke. As many cams as possible, especially over here where 32 is over by, you want to see it everywhere on this. You want this fire to lay down like a good little doggy. It's the last cold night. It should be mild. Hey, come back here. No, I didn't. I didn't tell you to go. Wait, I'm gonna go on break. We're supposed to hang out and watch something. No, come back. No, come back.
Been here twice.
No, come back. No, I have to go for a walk with you. After your smoke, come back, please. Let's discuss. Look, okay, there's crime in my neighborhood. I'm not safe walking around alone. So, God. Okay. What we want to see is smoke. If what all our heroes need is time to complete lines, and they slammed with retardant everywhere around 32. I mean, he did on 36 as well. They're trying to keep the fire and push it back down below 36, especially where it's slopped over by, hell, where's that place on the map again? Oh, crap, I was still on this map. Lanes Valley, and they talked about Oasis Spring Ranch Road. They're making good lines down there. That's why I was so confused. Like, really, did it go over to Manton? Because nobody mentioned the town. So, we have one of the camps back, thank God. But I hope we get the Colby Mountain back too. Well, we're finally able to see a little bit about where it's going, so I'm less anxious. On satellites, it keeps going up Big Chico Creek and then north past there too. So this is the biggest place of concern. This is the biggest threat. So tonight, we're not supposed to have a lot of wind, thank God. I don't see a lot of wind in the forecast, but we have to keep checking the weather day by day. So what would cause them to pull evacuations for places like Chester, the Butte Lake area, Sterling City, Magalia, and all that would be at crossing 32 because it's a huge threat. It'll be absolutely, totally monstrous if it gets over there. It could become super monstrous if it gets in the Dixie Fire burn scar. It takes a lot to get the dead trees, the dead trunks on fire, but they'll burn it with a hell of a lot more ferocity than the first Dixie. The first Dixie was just pine needles and branches burning. Wait till you get a true dead forest of old growth trunks on fire. That is a magnitude that's nearly unimaginable. And if that gets going, and then you get Diablo wind season, unimaginable kind of destruction. They're in a race against time tonight to try to keep it on the right side, correct side of 32. And this is giving them a lot of time. Today was a blessing. The place where they probably have containment, where it's moved the slowest, is the west side. I'm not that worried at all, really, for Chico. I'm not very worried at all, really, for Los Molinos and Red Bluff. Redding might have a little bit of a threat from the east, but that'll depend on how the battle goes over by Manton. It's at least flashier and lighter fuels. It's not a true forest fire. You know, the Shasta and Red Bluff area is most threatened by the true forest fires over there. Hey, welcome back. So if you are new to the channel and just found us somehow, please hit the like button and subscribe. You'll never find us again. Every 12 hours we have to restart the stream, and it puts us at the bottom of all search results. But if we don't restart every 12 hours, YouTube deletes the videos, and I want them for the historic record. I want people to go back in time and see exactly what happened, you know, if they miss anything. I have to educate people on what fire can do. And we could say, you know, fire tornadoes happened, or you can go back and show people. This thing has already generated fire tornadoes. There is nothing you can do to defend a home from a tornado. So that's the best thing ever to get people to evacuate is don't tell them what to do. Just show them the worst case scenario and then let them make adult choices for themselves. But the main point of this stream is to get evacuation info to the public as soon as it comes over the airwaves, or to tell people, hey, you're likely to be impacted by fire even before the officials get around to it. There are problems with notifying people too late. I admire the Butte County Sheriff right now. he's giving people advance notice pretty well. But our channel, we gave Shingletown and Butte Meadows, Mineral, and Sterling City more than 24 hours of advance notice before the officials even told them that they were at risk. So I lost a good friend to wildfire in 2017 near Loma Rica. Nearly lost my brother in Paradise, and neither of them ever had any kind of warning. Yeah, Desi JB had to go real quick. Is the Colby cam back? It's back. Hallelujah. Oh, okay. Yes. Yes. Okay, I'm less worried. If we get the cross beams of the cams, we can track the fire and use it with the satellite too. Know exactly what's going. We'll have a much better idea. So right now I like the way the smoke is going. It's not towards this camera. If the smoke goes towards this camera, towards Colby Mountain, it's much more likely to jump 32. Same thing with the Old Mountain View. So here's Colby, too. And what's this one that was looking at that area again? Oh, I'm so glad they came back. Sawmill Lookout, Flat Mountain 2. This means that we could track this very well. Awesome. So Platte Mountain 2 is looking here. That means we have confirmed fire there beyond the perimeter of last night. Remember, the perimeter is old. It won't update until midnight. Can I look at Lake DeSap? Yeah, oh, DeSap near Paradise Lake? Yeah. Nothing's going on there. Everything's fine. We've been watching and listening for 12 hours. Don't mind the helicopters. They're dipping out of Paradise Lake. We could try to find a camera over there. The Doe Mill Road doesn't look too far. Sawmill Lookout is just sort of, the fire's beyond it, way over there. So we did a 12-hour. It's pretty astounding. Got some dead trees from the actual campfire in the foreground. That is really bad. If you have a lot of dead trees near you, that's a great fire danger. You should be every bit as concerned for the forest and where you are as if somebody came in your living room and set up a bunch of oil drums and said, "Hey, can I store this here?" Yeah, Adam Jones, there's I don't think we have a camera for what's happening at Cook County. We last year covered the really bad fire there, the one that only got bad because of the breakdown of one water truck. The what was that called? Of course, the media said it was global warming. They don't do a lot of research anymore. I can't remember. So we just went there and yeah. So Paradise in the foreground. What you want to see is the smoke going away from Paradise. These south winds have been quite a blessing, but they don't until there's a true black line on 32. There's still quite a danger. If a north wind happened, that's extremely bad. If a fire over here by the big Paradise could be threatened from 2 different areas. If the fire here does breach and get over towards breach 32 and get over towards Butte Meadows, then what the worst scenario would be is a fire up, well, north and northeast of Sterling City and Inskip and Paradise, because we know what happens when an east wind comes. It would push it down to the town. There's still a lot of forest and trees there as a fuel load, and we know what happens. But anybody with mobility problems at like Inskip, Sterling City, and Lovelock, I suggested that they leave ahead of time. And we let people know there that they had something to worry about like 48 or 72 hours before anybody else did, just as a courtesy. Fire's capability in this area is not that hard to predict. Just whatever your imagination can come up with, like maximum damage, just add 200%, and that's Butte County. Nope, Katie, it has not jumped 32. I think if it does, they will immediately push a button. I think they'll tell Sterling City as such to evacuate in those areas. And then once that's done, it depends on where on 32. I mean, that's a huge highway that is on this side. All the information we got today, starting at dawn and all the way through the evening, was that things look great from 32 to Lomo. Now we've got Butte County on the radio again, and hopefully we'll get an assessment by the last eye in the sky before they totally leave the area. Hopefully there's some nighttime helicopters, but don't count on it because Kern County is in a crisis. They may have to do something else. If it's too smoky, I don't know that they can really operate. So, but I'm feeling much better with the camps.
Bear Creek, fire type unknown, 374 Jacko Road.
Sorry, I've been speaking for 12 hours. I've got to take a voice break at some point. And the Sudafed wore off. I don't want to take more. But I kind of do. Just going to mute that. That's a medical call for Butte County. What we want to see is smoke. Smoke settling down the fire, which it should, because there's not supposed to be enough wind. We'll smother it a bit, modify its behavior, keep a lid on it, buy them extra time. They slammed retardant with aircraft. They've done a lot of work with, I have to look down at Kern County too. That's a monster down there. That's already destroyed a town yesterday. I'm worried for Lake Isabella South if there's just one shift in the wind.
972, engine 72, company 61, company 64, water tender 64, water tender 74, fire type unknown, across from 374 Jacko Road, between Bald Rock Road and Coyote Road. Stand by for response check back. First scene Jacko IC on CDF TAC 9, secondary CDF TAC, correction, TAC 12, secondary CDF TAC 9. Stand by for response check back, 2106.
Oh, God. Is that a new fire? Don't be a new fire in Butte County. Just don't be. Yeah, we were looking at what's going on in Clickatack County. We told people about the evacuation. It's a real small area. It should be easy to for them to get people notified. It's very difficult to monitor Washington. There's not a lot of radios or cams. Wrangler Dave says, "Hello, I know your voice has gotten to be beat to help drink warm tea with honey and lemon. That's a great idea. I got a Thai iced tea. I have to drink this before it goes bad. Yeah. Oh, much love, Matthew, and thank you for your kind support. Thank you all who have donated today. I ran my phone down to almost nothing, and so it went on. No wonder it wasn't giving me a lot of notifications. Which app? We're using about 10 apps right now. For which for doing which? Cal Topo for Map. Thank you for your kind donations. We're going to get the Pro version, which is $100 a year. Broadcastify for audio. Pro version is $30 a year. Flight Radar 24, track the planes. I don't know, it's like $30 a year too. Cal Topo is like free, but we're gonna get the better version. I have a I need a co-host. Nobody will do it though.
Morrow with response check back. Fire type unknown across from 374 Jackco Road. Engine 372. Engine 372.
Jack
Engine 360.
Co Road? How would he?
Engine 360.
Is it Jack with a K?
Jet scene Jackco IC on CDF TAC 12, secondary CDF TAC 9, 2109.
The map is a fire watch duty, which is $25 a year if pro, but it's free. Definitely you should get watch duty. In the description of this video is a link, but you can just go into the Play Store or whatever. I'm just trying locals. What is Jackco Road? In Butte County. It's a new fire. It's Berry Creek. Oh God. Sorry guys, my sinus infection is bad. 374 Jackco ZKO. It's like showing Connecticut.
Morrow, water tender 74 responding.
Hayward, Plymouth.
Water tender 74, first unit scene Jackco IC on CDF TAC 12, secondary CDF TAC 9, 2109.
Not Berry Creek. They don't need this crap. At least it's not windy and it's cold tonight. Thank you. We'll see if there's, let's find cameras. Okay, Berry Creek. Let's look. So, the point is, friends, and thank you for your service during the day. The point is that we try to crowdsource information about wildfires and get people early evacuation warnings ASAP. The official ones and plus mine, because I've learned a lot. So what the most important thing we do is we give people extra notice. We called for an evacuation of Tahoe 24 hours before the officials did. You know, officials had a flaw in their system, and they told the people during the Dixie Fire of Brush and Berry Creek to drive into the flames. We said, hell no, don't do that. And we got indications that we saved lives that day. There's something very wrong with the very flawed system. I think many times CAL FIRE wants to, and other officials want to tell people, I think you're in danger, but policy says they get fired. You know, somebody in Sacramento has to approve this and that. There's also the old outdated policy of it's called the trigger point system, and I do hear them from time to time even today.
Orbital water tender 64 is fine.
Would you hear me?
Tender 64, first hand scene Jackco IC on CDF TAC 12, secondary CDF TAC 9, 2111.
It's quite a rollout of resources. They're sending an army. Where's our nearest cam? Why ain't they looking? They're in rotate mode. Why? Thank you so much. You get the heart. Yeah, isn't it Berry Creek? Sorry, guys, I've been at it all day. But anyway, if you have questions about what the stream does that I haven't already kind of babbled about, just let me know. But hitting that like button really helps. It's a free way to help us. We go 24/7 in a crisis. My lovely mods, who are all volunteers, please respect that. We have to check on Kern County sometimes. This is Lake Isabella down there. We monitor as many fires as we can. The ones with immediate threat to life and property and the most, of course, prioritize. We can't be everywhere at once. So, would it be Sunset Hill? I think so. Time lapse. It's just traffic. Smoky. Yeah, so the trigger point system, right? Sorry, that's what I was babbling about. Wrangler Dave, you're down in Marysville? I know. The bastards would tear down the Marysville Hotel. It was fine. It was fine. They just proved it was fine. I'm so disappointed in the city. I mean, now that the fire gutted it, it's ready for rebuild. Honestly, it was a bit trashed inside. Just rebuild it. How's it looking off Hogs back towards Red Bluff? Hang on, there's a new fire. I am trying to eat my meals. I never get the chance to eat. I was going to take an hour break. I thought it would be a dull moment. I thought it would be a lull at some point in the day. Oh. I think Red Bluff and Los Molinos and stuff.
Fire type unknown, 374 Jacko Road, per RP, believed to be an extinguished debris pile. Unit responding with the exception of Battalion 9B, Engine 360, Engine 64, Water Tender 64, cancel. Return to quarters, Engine 372.
Well, the asbestos is falling down to the ground now. The floor is burned up. So you just keep it wet.
Engine 72.
Just keep it wet, scoop it up.
72 low wind response.
If you knock the building down, which is fine, it's just brick, that's going to throw it everywhere. It's now easier than ever to remodel. You don't.
Engine 972 available.
It's greed. If developers.
Water 74 available in response area.
If developers redo the block
Cancel 2116.
into some fancy condo tower, then the city gets more money, and so history gets the axe. So they invent and concoct lies about it being unstable. It could collapse into the freeway. It was the city that hurt all those businesses by closing them for no freaking reason. It's as solid as a rock, a solid brick structure. So keep it wet. Reopen the streets. You know, they hurt their own city with that kind of greed. And there's a lot of fishy, funny business there. Asbestos bonds to brick. Asbestos doesn't melt, though. It's fireproof. I don't understand that concept. If it was bonded, then how is it dangerous anymore? I don't. Asbestos is fireproofing, so it's a if asbestos melted, it wouldn't be what it is. It's a fireproof fibrous rock that can be spun into cloth. They used to have asbestos curtains to protect that came down on the stage to protect the audience if there's a backstage fire. Anyway, so it was a very low key fire because the building had been, all the furniture was removed and it had been melting and rotting for a long time. It was not hot enough to even affect the mortar whatsoever. Anyway, I'm telling you, there's been a lot of funny business with the Marysville Hotel. I lived there most of my life. I know about it. I'm sorry, I muted the thing because they said it was a extinguished brush pile here in Berry Creek. So seems to be a false alarm. Yeah, Platte Mountain, it just came back online. So maybe I can eat. I wanted to take a nighttime walk and get my mail, and Seaprobe abandoned me. He came over. He was supposed to have. We were supposed to have dinner at 8. I'm still listening to Butte County. It's just a medical private chest pain. I'm really worried for. This is insane in Kern County. They lost an entire town yesterday, and there was a beep show of a just awful press conference that is like they designed it to enrage the populace. We saw some pretty impressive low passes of aircraft like the C-130. But they didn't evacuate even South Lake Isabella or that area. And so at the end of the press conference, they said, still listening to Butte County.
Ridge Circle, just got a little flare up. Like to get one engine down here.
There's a little flare up on Highway 32.
I copy. Yeah, I know there's been some issues with the comms over there today, but yeah, if you give them a call, I'm up in the Tehema area. I copy. We're gonna try to just climb the hill. It's a small spot. Try to get it with our can. It's on the right side of the line currently. It's on the west side of 32 in the black at the edge.
Whoops, I should have taken note of that, where it is. Well, that's cool, Ringler Dave. Maybe we can recruit you. Okay. Garrett C says Upper Hogsback has been surpassed substantially, but looks like the fire isn't going much further west right now. Peta says, yeah, there's different types of asbestos too. Is it crocodilite? Is it zeolite? It looked like it was dark brown and fluffy because I found video of people walking in the Marysville Hotel, and I straight up said in the comments, I think you need to be examined because you just walked in the biggest pile of asbestos I've ever seen in my life. You know, when it was dry. It was a video from like 6 months to a year ago. So this is the Breckenridge camera. We're unsure if it's going to burn over. It's in Kern County. The Burrell fire has been mostly moving towards the east. It wiped out a town here, Havila. You know, on this damn press conference. I mean, it's a night and day, totally night and day example of how to inform the public correctly, like in Butte County. Answer people's questions, get right to the point. Don't pat each other on the back for 15 freaking minutes before you tell people where the fire is and what it's doing and what it did and what you think it's going to do. Get to the point. But here in this press conference today, they did the opposite. And the agencies patted each other on the back, praised each other for 15 minutes. Finally, the weather person explained stuff really well about what you can expect and how dangerous it is. And then the guy who was in charge again, we never got his name because it was cut off. It's questions, which is like, and here we were seeing huge mushroom clouds taking effect, a plume after a plume, forming and collapsing and forming, collapsing, and then the smoke occasionally drifting over towards Lake Isabella. So it was just quite a scary event today. And they had a smaller fire by the lakeshore. Residents must be going, oh my God. So it worsened by the minute this afternoon. A town is erased just to the south of them, a rock throw away. So here at this stupid press conference, just an example of how not to do a press conference. At the very end, the question was, so why is Lake Isabella under evacuation warning but not evacuated? The guy goes, I don't know. Basically. Next question. She goes, well, is it in any danger? Well, we'll kind of see, you know. Okay. It was like, no, that was Butte County when they lectured to the public about being mean to dispatchers. I think it was yesterday's community meeting. We're talking about the Kern County one. That was astonishingly bad. You better tell people what kind of danger they're in and why. Otherwise, they don't believe you about anything. I mean, when you see this over your community, and it just erased the town next door, you better answer the damn question and tell them what they have to fear, why, and what's the decision-making process. Like, at what point would they consider the town enough danger to actually trigger level 3? So, you're very welcome.
Morrow City, TC, near 5th Avenue and Oregon Boulevard East.
Havilah. Okay, thank you. Thank you for telling me. Jeffrey, no, it's the little thing they just said. I'm sorry, I just spaced out on where the cross-section was. Sorry, that's probably medical tone out. There's a issue at 32. It's still on the correct side. It's a flare-up.
Pedestrian in the area of 5th Avenue and Oregon Boulevard East. First scene, 5th IC on CalCord. Stand by for response check back, 2126.
What? There's a new fire east on Los Molinos? Oh my God, what? Where? Let's see. If I had to guess what is claiming that percentage, and definitely get in touch with me. I'm sorry, I'm very fatigued. That's awesome of you, Ringler Dave. We should get in touch. My email is here. Anybody with pictures, please email them to me. And know that when you get the Watch Duty app, it's the #1 app. Sorry, this new stuff came in here. The Watch Duty app is perfect. Almost. It's the best way that you can get notified of a wildfire in your area for free. I think you can monitor 5 counties. And
91, 15.
that's enough for most people.
91, 21, 27.
And they've got amazing volunteers. California's the best covered. They've expanded to some other states now, but unless they have volunteers listening to scanners, they don't have anything but kind of auto-generated data, like Washington, mostly. Hey, good night, Space. Thank you for being here. Let me check this Los Molinos thing. So it's on Android and iPhone. I highly recommend it. It's not perfect, but it's way better than nothing. And there's also, you could sign up for Butte County alerts if in whatever county you're in. Just ask me how, and I'll give you the link. Yeah, JB was wondering how many cams had burned over. We had let's see, East Los Molinos. Checking on the car accident injuries. Ah. Now, don't worry too much. They could be doing this on purpose. If these are vehicle lights, I wish they'd let us know. We'll see if they move or do anything. It could be just regular hotspots, but firing is a normal part of making their lines. So, it could be something like it was in a hollow log and kind of hiding from them, but I don't know why it would have flared up because the winds are pretty much dead right now. So this means that tonight's a perfect time for firing. Lighting fires on purpose in order to strengthen lines in front of where the fire was. So if we see, we'll just have to watch this, see if it appears on watch duty, but wouldn't it be, wait, is this Tehema County? Okay, let's turn on Tehema County radio. Yeah, let's add Tehema County radio. Let's do that right now. Enterprise, Oregon has a new fire. Oh no, it's an updated an old one. Okay. The Winding Waters Complex, which consists of the Charlie Brown fire. How the hell did I get that name? The Courtney Creek, the Fire Mountain View fire, the Water fire, the Big Canyon fire is now under command. Or whatever, I don't care. Alright, let's add.
Single patient, moderate injuries.
Poor people. Alright, Tehema County. Let's add Tehema County Fire. But I would think we would hear it on this radio. Because it's the same park unit. So that's why I tell people don't worry too much. If it's a really, really calm night.
I see Orville, 2117, engine 972, still responding. Your needs.
Orville, 5th SC. Medics at scene, can't handle with units at scene.
Tehema County Fire Dispatch. Only 6 listeners, but we can play. Oh, that's irritating.
Engine 110, company 10, and smoke check. In the area of Ballard Street, across the Hollis Street, 2131.
2117.
Thanks for the heads up.
Cancel 2131.
Okay. I wonder, do firefighters ever kind of scoop up burn stuff, just stick it in a pile and babysit it as part of making lines, or what do you think, Ringler? Do I know who the incident commander is on the unit and in what unit? The park unit? I could find out for you, I think. I got the battle maps. You know, we got the maps, all the maps, and I can find the, what's the handbook, you know? This is the ones from last night around midnight. I'm sure the plane will draw a new perimeter. I'm sad. CPRO ditched me. CPRO, if you're listening, you should feel terribly guilty. I wanted to go on an evening walk. I have to go outside every day. I'll have you know, it's bad for me. When I covered the Dixie fire for 96 days in a row and only went outside 3 times, I developed coal miner's eyes. I can see in the dark now, but going into sunlight hurts. Like even this monitor hurts. Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna reduce that in size. It's your fault. The low action may not please the fire devils. Oh god. Flat Mountain. Yeah, it teases us every day. Fire's approaching it. So we'll watch it at those.
2133.
Thank you. So I've got a quad camera view. If you guys want to have this of your own, everything is of the all of these views are of the park fire except for the top center. That is down there in Kern County. Breckenridge Peak is south of Lake Isabella. And that is vigorous and crazy right now. So we have Cohasset here. We could alter these to include Platte. We've got Morgan Summit and Skip Hill.
Orville Battalion 9B in the area. Additionally, do you have an RP address?
There's Platte Mountain 2. We'll add Platte Mountain 1. I think the Inskip burned over, didn't it?
9B Orville. The address given is the RP's address, and the burn pile was directly across the street. Additionally, we're running this on Butte Local 2134.
Yeah, Wrangler Dave, true firefighter, says, yeah, the ground pounders, aka ditch diggers, do that stuff. They'll scrape up debris and dirt and stuff like that for the fire lines. Yeah, I think it's probably on purpose. I think that's a light on Platte Mountain. Let's see. Breckenridge is going nuclear at night. Jeez. Okay, so false alarm. Seems of brush in Berry Creek is okay. There was a small burn pile that is extinguished. Yeah, I think that's a work light, but I don't know. Let's see. Tonight is a perfect day, night actually, for doing fire ups. Yeah, it could be.
Orville.
Could be fire.
Orville Engine 64, confirming the addresses for the incident is 374 Jacko.
Engine 64, RP calling from 374 Jacko Road. Reporter as across the street from.
Okay, that's the thing at Berry Creek. Yeah, Heather, it was the first time I ever hit the live button ever, and it just had my name, Captain Davidson. I didn't know what the hell to name a stream, and I just wanted people to hear the radio and track with the maps, so I overlaid. You could see the airplanes over the heat maps. I had 2 windows. I'm sorry, on the monitor during the campfire, because my brother was a missing person for a bit, and I was monitoring that best I could. So I figured maybe other people could have at least some more knowledge and a better idea what was happening. So I took Flight Radar 24, took CalTopo, and I adjusted the transparency. So you could see both and see where they were, where the planes were circling, see where the heat was going, and you could hear the radio. And so amazing stuff happened. Like amazing stuff happened. Like I was crying, you know. I didn't have a microphone. I just chatted with people. I didn't have the kind of fire knowledge I had at all right now. I had the basic, like how to home harden and stuff. We lived in a
Orville.
the incident turned over to OPD. Yeah, fire's over there, but there's also work lights too.
Operations, go ahead.
When you have time, install service to state the call.
And when you have time, place a call.
Give me a couple minutes.
I'm just wondering why the tree is still intact at the top. You know what I'm saying? So light that reflects up off the trees, like if the fire's lower, its own light will reflect off the trees. Everything is white. That's heat, light, and fire. So I wish this was calibrated a little better, but it is what it is. I'm a fire ranger. So
Red Bluff.
what happened?
Red Bluff, Vision 110. Occupants appear to have a warming cooking fire contained within a barbecue. Engine 110 available.
Red Bluff's false alarm was a barbecue.
2139.
Yeah, I know the pixelation is supposed to be privacy crap, but they even pixelate. They pixelate the brand names of the equipment instead of just spray painting it or something. What the hell is that? Yeah, I know there's fire over there. There's a little bit of fire visible right here. I'm talking about this big brightness here.
Engine 64, 2140.
Since that tree is not torching to the top, it would seem that there's a fire on the ground next to it, but the light of the fire beneath it makes it appear that the tree's on fire. I don't think it is. I wish this was calibrated better. But so we'll move.
Fire type unknown, 374 Jacko Road. Units en route. Stage at your current location. Engine 360.
They just said it was extinguished. Why are they talking about? Okay. Was that on the Tehema radio?
Engine 360.
No, it's Butte County.
360.
What the hell then?
Tender 64.
Water Tender 64.
141.
Are they creating an incident? Russianberry Creek doesn't need this crap. Here, anyway, but
Orville.
are they both in panoramic?
Battalion 9B, Orville.
Go ahead.
Battalion 9B, RP is coming outside to show you exactly where he was explaining. 2141.
Really?
Battalion 9B.
Yeah, the Google car never quite went over here. June 2023. Russianberry Creek doesn't need a repeat of this crap. Many died here. At the 2020 Bear Claremont run. I think I was asleep that night, otherwise it would have covered it. a lot of my 2020 footage was destroyed by YouTube, and most of the stuff from covering the campfire, because I didn't know that YouTube destroyed videos that go on for more than 12 hours. So unfortunately, I didn't have a lot of money or hard drive space or enough money to keep buying hard drives. I constantly have to buy 14 terabyte hard drives just because I'm recording every time I'm live. That'll be like, 80 days out of the year. So, but just to, yeah, these lots are where homes used to be. This is criminal, though. Get the damn dead trees off the landscape. You're just going to have repeat fire. Each of these trees, you should just consider it like as many oil drums high. It's absolutely freaking criminal to not get them or wood chipper them on the ground. This is just setting them up for a second disaster. Everybody should be livid and pissed off. Now you got your brush growing at the bottom. Now it's ready. It's stacked up at the base. All it takes is a bit of thick brush at the bottom to get these dead trunks burning. And the fire is worse than the one before. The one before, just the limbs burned off, and the grass, and the pine needles. These are all ready to fall on power lines and fall down and trap people here. June 2023. You better be gone by now. Can't freaking believe it. Dead, rotting hazard trees on power lines, telephone lines. It's insanity. This is an arsonist's wet dream. Anyway, so yeah, I had like 9 viewers at any moment, mostly during the campfire, and then I went to a family reunion and went there myself and saw the campfire from a distance. It was still burning into December, of course. People don't realize it burned for months. Went there a few times afterwards. Saw my brother's place. But what people mostly wanted from me with the campfire is people came in and said, look at the destruction map of homes and businesses, and can you click on it for me to tell me if my house is still there? I said, but why don't you click on it? And they said, I don't want to see the picture. And that is kind of insensitive. It should say click here to see result. But it's right in your face. So when they will go here with the park fire, they will make a map. We'll have black houses, red houses, and green houses. And I don't remember the color code, but any individual can click on their property.
Orville, I'm there, Romeo 3-2 training on command.
And then it'll say like utterly destroyed, heavily damaged, or light damage, or not damaged. We're still waiting to see if there actually is a fire in Jacko Road, which is near here. So these people are in terrible, terrible danger. This is absolutely criminal to leave these dead trees up here. It's insanity. As the poor forest tries to grow back, and these poor trees that survived, they're going to be assassinated by the heat of the others. When the others are burning, this thing will die. These will die. Just because of heat nearby. People died here, and we had record run of the Bear Claremont fire. Just when the limbs burned off. Now the trunks can burn because they're dried out. That'll be a worse fire. Every year, we're getting closer. It's a ticking time bomb, and we're getting closer and closer to detonation. The more brush there is, the more likely it sets the trees on fire. They still have bark, which is pretty fireproof. But it'll start to fall off if they're dead. Oh God. These trees, poor things. I thought these were vines. If these are vines, it's strangling the trees to death. I can't tell if it's their own foliage or it's vines. But they're leaners and ready to fall on the one road out that the community has. Does anybody know about the animal shelter space? You have several pastures in Loma Rica that could possibly take in some. How did you fare, Mukau, in the Cascade fire? That's where my friend died.
Communications, I'm on 32 training on.
Yeah. I'm sorry, friends. I should read chat more. I think the western flank of the park fire is doing the best. I think you guys look great so far. It would take a strong east wind to threaten anywhere. We are fearful of a north wind and an east wind. But a gentle south wind is the best thing we can ask for, and that's what's happening today. It's cooler. They can do a lot of firing, so now that we can see on the cams again, I'm going to be a lot less concerned by seeing heat detections. I know JB was saying the town of Manton had fire in it, but I didn't ever see any heat detection. So the gray goes away after 12 hours. I didn't think I slept that long. I've only seen it by Payne's Creek, and so that's what I was trying to determine. Did Manton truly get affected? I heard Payne's Creek lost buildings. Like, it was a bad firefight. But Manton's up.
74. Fireworks complaint. 577 Ward Ranch Road.
What kind of an idiot's lighting fireworks?
Inter-facility transfer to Mercy.
Fireworks displaying aerial fireworks in the area. Possibly at 577 Ward Ranch Road. Between Peachton Lane and Larkin Road, 2150.
Medic 712, inter-facility transfer to Mercy.
Alright, I just had to mute Tehema County. I don't think we need to listen to Tehema County. That looks like they're just burning up.
Morrow County 9 briefed a thorough recon of the area, unable to locate. All units are available.
Okay. Freaking us out about Russianberry Creek.
9B, 2151 break.
We were way past 4th of July, yeah.
Units, stage, fire type unknown. Cancel, return to quarters. Engine 360.
Engine 360.
Why didn't they just believe the caller when they said
Tender 64.
it was a burn
Water
pile?
Tender 64.
Yeah, it's almost 10 o'clock. I'm going to allow that comment.
64.
I'm the judge. I'll allow it. Yeah, okay, Kathy. I'm devastated.
64.
It's not clear if anybody's dead in the park fire. It's possible.
Units canceled, 2152.
Serenity now. Then
64, return to quarters, 2152.
yeah, you're right, Jeffrey. People are thinking in Oregon like, oh, the ivy is so nice. It's not nice. It's called a tree strangler for a reason. And it's a ladder of fire up into the tree. But the ivy is green. Not when there's a wildfire next to it. Like, it's like putting plants in the oven for a minute. They crisp up and they're ready to burn. Yep, Desi, we're new. C-Pro abandoned me. I want you to text him right now and shame him. We're supposed to go for a night walk. I need to go outside at least once a day. It's scary out there. I need a male escort. There's been crying. I mean, I could go packing on my night walk, but I prefer not to. That's heavy, you know? Oh God, mistletoe, yeah. When we first moved into the foothills of California, we thought, oh man, this is so romantic. We didn't realize it was a parasite on the oaks, killing them. Yeah. Um, yeah, you're smart, Luke. So the thing about the pixelation is they have to make deals with people. They're trying to put more and more cameras out. There's only so many radio towers, and like a lot of people, like our property would have been good, who have commanding views. My God, Kern County's a mess. A lot of people have commanding views, are willing to put a wildfire cam like on their personal property, but they don't want to be seen by the entire world, especially not like say, like if we ever took a trip to town, that was a long endeavor. I mean, it took hours to get to town. It took hours to get back. So if anybody could see our own property and see us leave the house, oh boy, would these be able to show up, right? Same thing with businesses, like over the Hamilton City Cam is like some sort of like a granary or something with like probably expensive agricultural equipment. I have one request, actually two, actually three, of these camera systems though, and that is explain what the hell we're looking at with an overlay. It wouldn't be that difficult, such as the camera will return after we upgrade it in 30 minutes, or camera got burned up, sorry, will return indefinitely later, or prescribed fire, right? Just put if it's what incident it is. Even bots could probably do this. It'd probably be automatic.
72, medical 6044 Lower Wyandotte Road.
Medical Wyandotte Road. Okay. Kathy says I'm in Wyoming. Well, thank you for checking in there. Sky's been hazy with the smoke.
Engine 72, Butte Medics, medical fall 6044 Lower Wyandotte Road between Upper Palermo Road and Pano Lane, 2156.
Sarah. Your mind goes places, Sarah. Male escort, like a what? Oh, I kind of set myself up for that one, didn't I? I almost said, let's reach out and touch someone. Because I thought about the old Sprint commercials. Reach out and touch someone. Then I realized, oh God, that the youth wouldn't even get it. It was a funny meme even at the time. It was supposed to be tender, like he was a mother. The commercials would show a mother and the dad, with the baby, would put the phone next to the baby, and the mother would whisper things like, "Mommy's coming home soon," and it was for long distance, phone cards. Reach out and touch someone.
Dover Tender E65 Division Tango on command.
Oh yeah, I even started saying it. I'm like, wait. Oh wait. Yeah, wait. Evac, how are you doing? Hey, what's up?
Park Communications Division Tango on command.
Division Tango. All right, we know where Division Tango is. And this map is bright. Excuse me, I got to sneeze. Tango, tango, tango. Tango, Tango, Tango is Forest Branch. Forest Branch. Ah, whoops. Man, this map is so huge. The PDF reader is going to crash. I've got a pretty good supercomputer thanks to your kind donations. We're running. I upgraded from. Whoa, yeah, it's going wild. Just settle down, Tiger. It's a limitation of the free version of the PDF reader. It wasn't designed for maps.
Division Tango, I'm going to go try to find some cell service. I can't get out on command.
This is so wrong. Firefighters that can't communicate with each other, can't text each other maps, can't know where each other are. They lost communications with somebody for hours today who got lost. And I think it was a dinner crew, and they never arrived. Dinner never arrived for the guys at Colby Camp up there by Bidwell. Somebody said, "Can we do DoorDash for them?" I'm like, what? Only if it was a robot. You can't put a person like that in there. Into an evacuation zone.
Branch 25 or Branch 25 trainee, Division Tango on command.
One of the scoopers or something, we should have just filled it up with Pop-Tarts at the Chico airport. And some Cocoa Puffs. And granola bars. And Lego My Egos. And then just low pass fly and deliver. I think that kind of food would bounce and not really shatter too much. So Tango is around here by 32. Then there's a break. Oscar is going to be over by Lomo. In November, must have been the Jonesville area. Must have been the guys who were fixing up the Colby cams, which are best idea about what's going on. Okay, eye drops. Yeah, I need eye drops. It was funny. I got something in my eye today, so I went and rinsed, and I came and sat back down and looked like I had done 2 8-balls of crack. Imagine if I had this happening while driving. I kind of swerved a bit, got pulled over. Officer, I swear to God, I had something in my eye. I would have had a mug shot that looked like I was from Linda. Wait. No, I wouldn't look like somebody from Linda. I have all my teeth. Ah, CI Doc says, California Doc says, I drove from Placer County to Chico, then Red Bluff. We're on the left perimeter of the fire, then across 36, across the top of the hill. The road closed back to Chico and Paradise. Whatever for? The view from the lookout atop Paradise was incredible. Someone's getting punchy. Actually, I'm just insane. It's just that I can only hold it in for so long during the day. You know, the mask slips eventually. It's tiresome to keep it up. But you'll never see me stream on a full moon. I don't know what's wrong. I mean, I keep waking up naked in the middle of the woods covered in leaves and sometimes dried blood. And, you know, one time I woke up wearing the remains of a straitjacket. But I was yet again in the middle of the woods. I just don't know what could be happening. Yeah, Fred Miller says, it's amazing how bad the communication network is. They need multiplexing between satellites, cell phones, and their EMSCOMs. Well, it would be good if they had common sense at the at these vital communication towers, which usually have a fire lookout and sometimes a firehouse beneath them. year after year. They try to put retardant.
Engine 972, smoke check. In the area of 1058 Butte Avenue.
1058 in town. Now, it's very funny. Most of the citizens are on high alert.
Engine 972, smoke check. In the area of 1058 Butte Avenue. Between 10th Street and 12th Street. 2203.
Why can't there be? No, I must have been at a party, clearly. A costume party. Most of these smoke checks near homes have been barbecues. It's good that citizens are very, very alert. Orville's on edge. Yeah. I need one of those eye care monitors, like the Dickens. Careful, the Russians are listening. Probably. Well, if the Russians are listening, what?
2205.
Okay, what time is it in Moscow? Alexa, what time is it in Moscow? It's 8:06 a.m. What else did she say? Oh, I'm sorry.
Branch 20. Trainee, I'm going to remove 32 command.
If it's 8:08 in the morning in Russia, Moscow, Добрый день, комрад. Меня зовут Katya. Я американка. The Walnut Fire, southwest of Placentia Avenue, Patterson Avenue, in Mead Valley. I do not deserve to know the time of the People's Party. It's true, I'm not worthy.
In operations, Orville on command.
There's a 10-acre vegetarian. Yeah, I need some blood sugar. 10-acre vegetation fire.
In conversation with Ventura in this northern burn on hold, your thoughts if we were to bounce down to the southern burn show from 45 to Forest Ranch and assist there?
Hey, good night, Jeffrey. Did I answer all your questions? I'm sorry.
I don't have a need for you on the one of the officers team, but if there's someone
They said, let's put a hold on a burning, maybe? So they are doing some...
Branch 20 trainee, 3-2, unreadable.
They're doing some burning on purpose. I think they're doing it on purpose. It's a nice low-key night. I think we're seeing a lot of light reflecting up in the trees. It's not climbing the trees. They're now saying,
20 trainee, Amendment 32. Again, scratch and read it. I'll move a little bit south and see if I can find one.
Driving into a fire area was a beautiful view and a relaxing ride. California Doc. Hey, Cogito.
The firing operation was on hold and found several pieces of equipment within the Butte County site. Not necessarily off, but
Oh, I wish we could hear that. Okay, all I heard
Operations Orville on command.
was we may have to stop the firing operations because we have a light down canyon wind. The window may have closed. Yeah, I hear you. I hear you.
Operations on zone 10, go ahead. Operations Orville, you able to place a call to the Orville Command Center?
I'm-
Give me a little bit and I'll get some cell service. I'll give you a call. Okay, affirmative. Butte County SO was chasing a subject. They're looking to utilize the UAS within the TFR.
What?
Okay, I copy. Do you have a area that they wanted to work in?
Dude.
Night Operations Orville affirmative. It's in the Magalia area.
The rabbits on the run, boys.
I copy. Branch 20. Night Operations on command. Branch 20. Did you copy that traffic from Orville? Do you think SO could use a drone for some surveillance in the TFR?
Let's turn on Butte County Sheriff. Yeah, let's add Butte County law enforcement. They're going to launch a drone to track a suspect at night. Thermal, probably. That sounds awesome. Maybe it's one of them. Well, it's Magalia. It could be anything.
Night Elko operations on command. Operations Night Elko. No issue with the surveillance drone in Magalia. Copy. Thank you. Break Orville operations on command. Yeah, we can give SO permission in the Magalia area for the drone operations. Night Operations Orville copies 2212. Copy. Also, when you talk to them, can you just have them advise you when they're complete and let me know? Orville affirmative.
Okay, so friends, we got true confirmation that they are doing firing ops right now. That's why it's so mild and not really moving around. But they may stop it. So right now we just that's interesting. Oh, wait. I accidentally added Chico Police and Fire Dispatch. Shoot. Would that apply to Magalia? I don't think so. What? JB is calling back. Hi, JB. You're on the air. How are you? Welcome back.
Yeah, I got about 10 minutes here. Listen, I wanted to correct something. So Manton is kind of a widespread area, but if you were to look at a map of Manton,
Okay.
there's a ridge before you get down into the creek. Evidently, that's where they had it. They had a spot fire down in there in Manton somewhere, but like I said, the town
Okay.
is yellow coded. I don't know how old this map is on the CAL FIRE website, but I'm sure it's changed. This is an old map, but they had some problems down there. But they have
I'm sorry. The radio's talking over you.
2213.
Sorry, let me mute it. I forgot that. My bad.
I don't know exactly
Okay, there you go.
where the fire is.
Okay.
Because I have an old map here and I'm not out there, I can't tell you exactly where it's at, but they had
Sure.
the general area of Manton is where they stopped the very top of this thing. They've been
Good.
working hard at stopping it. They had some spots, and they feel good and confident that they're going to continue to be successful with holding fire from getting into the town and all. I guess the threat though is more in the
Okay.
northeast portion going toward Mineral. And like I said, look at the weather. You know, do you have the opportunity to ever look at the north ops or the south ops daily weather briefing? It's on the Predictive Services website, and they'll tell you exactly what the fire weather forecast is for the north ops area, and particularly, you know, we're concerned about this area here. But the best information about weather of the incident is to look at if the briefing includes a weather meteorologist. They call them an IMET. IMET is an acronym for incident meteorologist, technician. So that will give you the specifics for that incident. Every incident has a meteorologist, and every incident has a fire behavior analyst. The meteorologist is the scientist. He's not a firefighter, but he works with a firefighter type called a FBAN, fire behavior analyst. And they work and they will write up exactly what the weather is going to do on divisions Alpha, Bravo, Charlie, Delta, Foxtrot, every one of them. So if I'm the guy in charge of Delta, I know exactly what the weather's predicted to do on my division.
Okay.
So, any questions?
You're talking, okay, so with Predictive Services, which just pulled up here, I know about the videos. You show me the videos. I know about the 7-day.
This should be it. I don't have it in front of me, but the daily, like North Ops or South Ops weather briefing.
Yes. Yeah, I can see that, but how do you see about which division? We've got a big state map and sections.
No. I told you that is the weather for North Ops and South Ops. The only way one can know how the weather is going to be on the incident is to go to Watch Duty, or normally Watch Duty does this, and they'll put an informational briefing like they do on the video. Sometimes they will have the meteorologist speak to that, talk about the weather specifically on that fire. And you got all these outside people like Holt Hanley and the lookout guy. They put their 2 cents in. You know, Holt Hanley is probably the most credible because he is a meteorologist. But until you listen to the specific meteorologist for that incident on a video briefing that you can find on Watch Duty or some other site, that would be the most accurate.
Yeah, we had a journalist today put the morning briefing on the air, and that was great. Incident Management Team 3 is on it. They have a YouTube channel, but they haven't updated it to YouTube since the Dixie. So, unfortunately...
They have a what? They have their own YouTube channel?
Yeah, different management teams.
Life's changed since I've been technology. It's amazing. But anyway, Billy C. is the chief that's in charge of this incident.
Okay.
He was in charge of the Dixie. There's 2 CAL FIRE incident management teams.
Is he the giant?
He's the tall man, yes.
Okay. Sorry, what was his name?
Billy, C as in sea candies, S-E-E.
Oh,
He's a
okay.
very tenured member of CAL FIRE. He's had a lot of experience as an incident commander on a lot of large fires. I think he had the CZU complex or the LNU complex here 3 years ago. He's had several. You know,
Yeah, he's good.
most of the other ICs have retired.
Yeah. So you know what's funny right now is they just cleared Butte County to fly a nighttime drone because there's a manhunt in Magalia. So they just cleared that on the radio.
You mean the law enforcement folks?
Yeah. Rabbits
Yeah.
on the run. I've never heard that before, but wow. So we're seeing on the cams, some of them came back online. Perfect burning conditions. And a lot of people are, of course, alarmed that there seems to be fire like directly under this or that cam. And like on East Los Molinos, there's a giant burning pile. But we're trying to reassure people it's the perfect time for, you know, putting fire in the landscape at the perfect day. So we did hear some crackly stuff that they said maybe we should stop the burning because of down canyons might happen and the window may have closed for it. So we're not sure they'll continue, but we're seeing a lot of that. But
What is the question? What is the question about that? What are people? What are they inquisitive about?
Well, most people think it's bad if they see flames right underneath the, like the Cohasset or
that whoever owns that tower or manages it, it is their responsibility to maintain it. And otherwise, it's going to happen like that Richardson Springs one. I think that's the one we saw the flames right underneath all the wiring, and it went off the air.
Hey, there we got a special message for you. Someone in chat says, tell John Bruno that Ron from Station 32 in Shasta County says howdy.
Who?
Ron from Station 32 says howdy.
Well, I don't know who Ron is. Maybe I know the last name. I might know the fella.
Person might not want to put their last name on there, but
yeah, well, I really don't recognize that name.
Oh, okay. Station 32 in Shasta
That's
County.
a volunteer fire company, but there's also a CAL FIRE county fire station there, so it might be. Yeah, I might not just know the guy by his first name. I'm sorry, but it's late. I'm tired, and I don't know who Ron is.
Sorry. Oh, you're burned. Anyway, you're not important enough to remember. Sorry.
Cats and aliens. I don't know who this person is, but anyway, or I don't recognize it. But anyway.
All right.
Anyway, what I'm trying to tell you is there are two teams because you now have a fire that's helped me out here. Oh, I just 353 194. That's the last number I saw here. But anyway, I did a little calculation. In 24 hours, from roughly 1,800 hours Friday night to about 2,100 hours tonight, that fire's grown 114,000 acres, which is about 4,700 acres an hour each hour for 24 hours. That's unprecedented. I mean, I don't know. Maybe there's some others that have. That's going to be on the record books.
Really?
Yeah.
Lucky Butte County.
Well, yeah, Butte County. The thing about Butte County, it's very typical of a lot of counties. Like I told you, okay, let's go back 75 years ago in California. Okay, let's go before the war. Okay, there's big changes in the way things have been burning, but during the war, the communities grew into metro areas of California preparing for the war. We had, an armament we had to build and supplies and shipyards, and we had army bases all over the state. When those men and women came back from World War II, the late mid-40s, they went to work, and all of them retired sometime between 1975 and 1980, retired from their jobs. Most of those people decided that now they wanted to retire and live in a non-metro area. So the SRA, state responsibility areas, which is all areas covered by either grass or wholly or part by grass, brush, or timber, outside of an incorporated city and outside of federal lands, is CAL FIRE's jurisdiction. The only exception is areas irrigated or in an orchard, like a lot of the I-5 corridor with Colusa County. The rest of that land is protected by CAL FIRE. CAL FIRE's got, 21 units, 2 regions, 335 state stations, and another 500 county stations that they operate under contract. So those people moved into the rural areas. And so instead of just having a little general store and a small country church, now you've got strip malls and you've got big churches and you have big shopping areas and you have big development sprinkled all inside of this grass, brush, and timber. And so the fire behavior doesn't change as long as it's hot, dry, and windy, and the fuels are dry. You're going to have a fire, and that fire is going to behave based on that triangle: weather, fuel, and topography. So it's not rocket science.
Yeah, I noticed that at Bidwell Creek area and the park, there's housing development there that used to be kind of sacred land and lovely recreational. That was their buffer between the mountains and the town. So people are like, "Oh, thank you, Butte County, for protecting us." I'm like, "Well, they kind of set you up to fail. At least Chico City did. That was irresponsible." But
well, when I was a young captain in CAL FIRE, I always felt very, how can I say it, very authoritative, going into somebody's property and telling them, "Listen, you got to cut the grass away and the brush, and in 30 days we're going to be back, and if not, you could be cited." Well, people said, if I want to live like a slob, I'll live like a slob. You know what? If that's true, that's great. And I could say, well, now how can you create an incentive? How could you motivate people, young and old, poor and rich, to maintain their property, to make it fire safe?
I have ideas.
Well, okay, give it to me.
We should bring back the stocks, where you put somebody in the town square, strip them naked, you put their wrists in the cuffs, and people can throw cabbages.
Well, yeah, you're talking on the other end of things, but how would you preemptively? Well, I used to think there's only one motive, and that is that they have to pay for that. So insurance companies got on top of this, and now large insurance companies won't even underwrite properties in the SRA. So, but people now, Allstate for one, I know my mother has a policy. They will come in and inspect either through a drone or Google Earth, or visually send a gal out, and they'll look at your property for threatening trees, for non-defensible space, et cetera, but that hurts the homeowner in the pocketbook. So when it hurts them in the pocketbook, they highly have a tendency to get motivated. And you would think they would use common sense. In fact, when I worked in the fire marshal's office, in Shasta County, they adopted fire safe standards for development, for residential commercial development in the SRA. And one of the motives, they had to pay a fee for having their plans checked. They had to have a certain width road. They had to have, if the road was X amount of feet long or longer, like 200 feet, they had to have some kind of little turnaround. It had to be 16 feet wide. If it had a greater grade than 20%, it had to be hard surface. There had to be an address, contrasting numbers, numerals, placarded out on the front of the driveway. If it had a bridge, it had to meet county bridge standards for fire engine. All these things. It had to have clearance, 30 feet or to the property line. That was the old PRC. Now it's 30 to 100. But, what I'm trying to say is that's on the initial get-go, but then people have to maintain their property. What happens in rural Shasta County, or rural California, is people can't physically do it themselves, and they haven't got the money to hire someone to do it.
Yeah.
If they can't physically maintain their property, make it fire safe, and you have to be very vigilant. It's not just go out there one day, May 1st, and do it. You have to stay on top of it. The rain gutters do get clogged.
Yeah.
The pine needles, you have to move your piles of wood from the springtime into an area that won't burn.
Yeah.
But I'm a very strong supporter that the building code needs to change statewide.
Yes, absolutely. And there also needs to be a statewide bill, or nationwide would be better, where developers cannot build death trap neighborhoods. Minimum distances in between homes, and more than one way out in all situations.
I think that if I'm a developer and I got 500 acres, I'm going to turn into a subdivision, there should be a maintain, not just once when I build it, a maintain, dozer line or fire break around the perimeter of that thing, especially in Southern California. When I was down there in the station fire in 2009, here you had the Angeles National Forest, 50 feet away from the back of a guy's fence in metropolitan Los Angeles city limits. And so then that fire would rip through the hill, burn his fence up, burn his house up, especially with the Santa Ana wind. So I used to tell people, maintain your property in the event a fire comes through with a 30-mile-an-hour wind and there's no human being present to suppress any fire that starts around your house. You're not there, nor is there an engine company or a fire crew. What will the fire naturally do? We had a fire back in 2005 or 6 in the Whitmore area of Shasta community, and a man had a home built on a knob on a hill, but he had a deck around the entire perimeter of his house. He had a huge green lawn, and he had a circle driveway around his house. That fire came with a vengeance out of the north wind. It burned his pump house up, burned his little shed up, but it hit that driveway and went completely around and then went for miles beyond that. It burned homes all day and night, but his made it. He had a metal roof. He did have a wood siding, but it was resistant. It was a resistant paneling kit. It's got products in it to help it resist fire. It's not fireproof, but it's fire resistant. But it naturally did that. He had all the fuel removed around his house, over 100 feet. He had a green lawn. He had space, and he was even on the knob.
Mm-hmm. And you know what? An incentive program would work. Things like tiers of property tax. It gets a lot less if you do X, Y, and Z for your property, right? And then the problem of, well, what if people can't, do it, like they're disabled, elderly, or just had surgery or something? Incentivize those that can, and if they do it for somebody else's property, that they get that same kind of reward. Like helping out your neighbor's stuff.
Yeah.
Or like youth.
They did have a program here in Shasta County where they took young people, juveniles, and they had a supervisor, and they did defensible space clearing. They would move all the stuff out, and then they had tried other things. I know in Shingletown about 20 years ago, one of the battalion chiefs said, "Folks, if you cut all the brush, all the unwanted fuel away from your homes, and you stack it out on the street, we will come with an inmate firefighter crew, and we will ship it and haul it away. So if you do this, then we'll do this." That was for residential people.
Yeah, the Miracle House of Lahaina, I pull up to show people, survived for one.
Yeah, it looks like it's got a metal roof.
Exactly.
It's stucco or something.
It was just re-roofed, and it was unattended. I thought maybe firefighters made a last stand there, but it was unattended. So it had defensible space, green lawns. Basically,
I wondered if anybody was there. I wonder if the homeowner was like, nobody was there?
Nope. So what the difference is it had all airtight soffit vents and the brand new fireproof ones. So everything was totally new. No embers could get in the attic.
Yeah. So this is where I think the building code needs to change in the wildland urban interface.
Yeah, they found with all the ember testing of the fake house thing. Whoops. I guess I have that open in two spots. These are, of course, fake homes that no matter what they did to wet down the house or all these different experiments, getting the gutters clean, even if they hosed it, it still burned down. And they found out this solves the mystery. Why firefighters kept wetting down homes for like the last 50 years, thinking they were fine, coming back 2 hours later and it's gone. Most homes burn from the inside out where the embers get in the attic through the soffit and the gable vents, because old code just had big screens and that's it. That's not good enough. So I tell everybody, put the new fireproof ones on order, and until they arrive, go to the hardware store, get metal fine mesh and staple gun it, whatever you got to do. And before you leave the house, button that up. Don't allow a toothpick to penetrate. And then the other way that fire can enter your home is through your laundry vent and into, because that's not going to stop a fire. It stops birds from nesting in. But fire gets into a home because of all the lint, which is super fire hazardous. So take that thing off with your screwdriver and block that with clay or whatever you've got to do.
Yeah,
Just-
and the vents are there to ventilate it so it doesn't get mold or moisture in it. But,
well, I
and
mean,
when you
if
have,
the fire's on its way.
yeah, the problem is you can clear around your property, but if your neighbor doesn't, then when his house burns, and let's say he is upwind, then you reap the radiant heat and convective heat and the flying brands coming from his house. I have a neighbor here. I'm in a cul-de-sac. His roof line is 12 feet from mine, and his back of his home, he did not brush it. And I said, Bob, if you don't clear your brush, your home will burn. And when it burns, even though I clean mine, it will burn my home. Under
Did you say that
conflagration.
at gunpoint?
No.
Because
No,
you
he's
can take
very environmentally conscious and very sensitive about stuff. He wants to keep everything natural. I said, natural will kill you, kill your house in these kinds of conditions here where we live in California with this brush.
natural.
What they call open space. It's nothing but so he finally did. He finally got, like I said, he contacted the county and they had a probation of young people and supervisory people, and they came and cleared it out for him. It was because he was a senior and he couldn't do it himself. He was somewhat, capacitated.
Yeah.
And some people just live like slobs. They got 14 cars in their driveway, and they got a bunch of leftover lumber from a project they had.
Hey,
collect.
Don't judge me.
I'm not judging what
Okay, I'm kidding.
when a fire comes through your neighborhood, you can't ask us to stay there and try to put it out. We'll get
No.
killed or injured.
No, they won't.
So multiply that by millions and millions and millions of properties statewide. And this is why this I-zone situation isn't going away. It never will.
No.
Unless we start really looking at, like I said, subdivisions, developments. And I mean, you can, there's some resistivity you can do, but if you noticed, when you have a conflagration, the common denominator, I mean, I'll never forget this happened in New Jersey, Newark. They had a flood, and the streets were flooded with 3 or 4 feet of water, and the fire engines couldn't get around. And a whole block of row houses burned up because no one could get there to put the fire out. And but it was under a horrendous storm, Hurricane Sandy. So the common denominator with these large damaging I-zone fires or fast-moving wildland fires like we saw here in the last 72 hours is the wind. You can have it dry and you can have it hot, but if you put a wind on it, what are you doing? You're adding oxygen. So the way I compare it, classes, what did the blacksmith do to increase his ability to heat something up? What did he use? What was it he used to get his fire hot?
What?
The billows. He had a billows that he would pump with his.
Oh, the blacksmith. Right. I'm sorry. Somebody. I just spaced out. Of course. The air.
He added what? He added oxygen.
Okay. Nick. I'm sorry. There's been a new fire report at Myrtle Creek in Oregon. Sorry, just spaced out a second. But we need because house fire deaths are like still stubbornly high, and one of the number one causes of accidental death anymore. We are pointing out that there's there, like in Germany, this doesn't happen. Nobody really cleans their lint buildup because they don't have it. In Germany, laundry dryers are not allowed to have lint buildup inside of them and in the tubes. It doesn't happen. It's just like a couple of cents more to manufacture dryers that way that never allow lint buildup. So
Well, then how did they do it? How did they remove the lint from their clothing?
No. Like they have a container for the lint that's better designed that encapsulates it so it can't.
It's a building code issue. It's a building code issue.
Well, manufacturing design flaw. They fix theirs.
Yeah, design flaw. Yeah. It's like sprinkler systems. I know a lot of people were upset about it. It costs more when you buy a house. But let me tell you, the best thing the California State Fire Marshal ever did was get the legislation passed wired sprinklers in every home. It's going to save so many lives.
Oh, I know. I keep telling people. People are like, but my stuff will get ruined by water. No, they're triggered by heat. So if there's enough heat in there, your stuff is going to burn down.
Well, if they busted it or something like that, or hit it with something violently, you could break off. Yeah, they're recessed normally in the ceiling in the garage. They're pendants. They hang down up below the ceiling, but you could break them off, and then you would have a water leak. It would like be breaking a faucet in your kitchen or something. You just go shut the water off. It's normally a quarter turn handle, but it's going to save lives. And I remember before I retired, they had a structure in Station 6's area of Reading Fire. These are very, very high-end homes. They're probably the highest end in the city. And this man had probably a $1.5 million home and garage, and he had a fire in the garage. And that sprinkler system activated, held the fire in check till the fire department got there, and all they had was a lot of smoke and a smoldering fire. Had that not happened, that thing would have been through the roof.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, you can just see videotapes, and it really, really, really helps. The only thing bad about water sprinklers now is people who are foolish enough to charge their e-bikes and scooters or even motorcycles in their own home with LiPo batteries. So when the water hits that, boom, explosion of molten lithium. But
well, there's some unregulated or poorly regulated lithium batteries out there that have caused fires. I know New York City Fire, FDNY had a real bad one in a tenement that killed people. Fire killed people, and it was started by in the hallway an e-bike with a lithium battery that was not produced in America. It was produced in a foreign country and didn't meet the Underwriter Lab standards.
The scary thing about LiPo, which is lithium polymer, not ion, is that it doesn't matter how well it's made. If it even goes below 15% charge, they can become unstable. And that means you have to charge them every couple of months, like I have to do my drone. Otherwise, you got a time bomb.
Yeah, okay, I understand.
Yeah, so lithium ion is safer. But yeah, thank you, JB, for calling.
So here's where we're at. Because I haven't got much time here, but so if you look at the CAL FIRE website and you look at the, you got to remember that their information is a little bit later than sooner, but if they list things, normally when they list fires, they list them by size of fire, irregardless of how much has been contained. And this is 350, 012 to 10%, the latest. And there's about, I believe, 2,700 personnel on the fire. And when people see that, they have to realize that it's the total volume of firefighters and overhead attached to the fire. And about half of those people will be out on the line at any given time. But the numbers have drastically gone up. Here, 337 engines, 24 hours ago, that was half. They got 150 dozers. They got 102 water tenders, 81 fire crews, 16 helicopters. And when those helicopters are committed to that incident, they don't leave. Where the air tankers, they can divert and go to a new fire, like they did yesterday. I was talking to the air tech about that. That's his policy. Unless there is an immediate life threat, then they would be able to appeal that. But there's 3,722. That's probably going to go up to, I would say, probably in the next 72 hours, that would go up maybe another 500 to 1,000 people.
AFRAC says, JB humbly, this is AFRAC Vargas, formerly 19 years with the CSFA.
Okay, I could hardly hear you on that. Say that again.
Oh, AFRAC is saying hi. He says, my name is AFRAC Vargas, formerly 19 years with the CSFA.
California State Firefighters Association.
Yeah, so I think he's saying, I think he's saluting you in a way. In Douglas County, they just said, let's go to black on the radio. Does that mean switch to different channels or something? Or make black line?
What did they say? Give me the words again.
Let's go to black. Does it mean let's make black line, or?
How was it read using a sentence?
I don't know. Nick is in Douglas County listening to the scanner in Oregon. And
yes.
She's asking, what does it mean when they say let's go to black on the radio? I don't know. That's what
Go
this.
into the area that has already burned.
Oh,
For example, one of the things we teach in firefighter survival is to get into the black as soon as you can, because once you're in the black, even though it might be hot, there might be residual logs and limbs burning, logs and ground fire burning. It's already burned, so it
wow.
won't burn you. It won't burn you as bad. Get
Wow.
into the black. Yeah. 1 foot in the black, 1 foot in the green. The green represents the unburned fuel. You know, it's not green, it's brown.
Oh,
You teach that when people cut line, when firefighters cut hand line. If it's tenable for a crew to go direct and cut hand line, and things blew up, wind shifted and got erratic, they could get into the black. The area's already burned. Now, if it's oak, woodland, and grass, that's really easy because that burns fast. But if it's in timber, it's very difficult because there's a lot of residual fire.
yeah.
Yeah,
Nick,
black is good.
do we know whereabouts this fire is, Nick? Near Myrtle Creek? Like, is it up in the hills? Is it by I-5? Right? Is it east, west, north, and south of I-5? Like,
Which fire is this?
it's not on watch duty yet. It just came over the scanner radio from Myrtle Creek, Oregon, Douglas County. Which is one of the stops on I-5.
Yeah, it's probably, it's initial attack fire. Hey, check it out. It's evening. It's highly probable it's going to be a small initial attack fire. It's not going anywhere unless they
Okay.
were under some super red flag condition all night. You see,
Yeah.
what I'm trying to say is what's significant about the suppression effort last night is that those crews hit it hard all through the night. Why? Why is it successful to do that? Because the humidity is highest, temperatures are lower, and the winds normally calm down. Not all the time, but in this case, they did. They subsided after midnight. The temps went down, the RH went up, and then they go to work and get on it as quick as they can and as much work as they can get done before, let's say, 10 o'clock the next morning when things start heating up, wind starts picking up, humidity starts dropping, then the more successful they are.
Yeah, right now they were just questioning if the window of opportunity for firing just closed around 32 because of down canyon winds. So I'm seeing some more activity on the Platte Mountain 2 cam. But
right, unless you have southwest winds or north, up canyon, upslope winds continuing like they did the last 3 days, then you'll normally have a down canyon wind at night, 5 to 10 mile an hour. Down canyon, the cooler air seeks to go down to the valley. And that can be hard on this case here because they don't want to push them down and spot across. 32 is Highway 32 and Butte Meadows and all that country is still at risk, very much so.
Yeah, the next 24 hours will be a big determining thing. How much can they get done? Our heroes just need time. Nick Isles in Oregon says on dispatch just said they heard all units code black. Code black for all units.
That must be a local. That's not ICS terminology.
Okay.
That must be a local code black. Means like code 4 meant everything's okay.
Okay. Okay. It's almost medical sounding. Yeah.
That's not. The incident command system has what they call clear text. That means everybody, law, fire, and EMS use the same kind of wording and nomenclature.
Yeah.
So if you said to me, send me an engine, that means a fire engine. If you said send me a type 3 engine, that's a specific type of engine, the wildland urban interface engine.
Right.
Send me a type 1 dozer, that means it's a D5 or greater. If you want me a type 3 helicopter, it's going to be like a small helicopter for recon. It's all in the field operations guide. I taught that for years. And we teach it at the lowest level, entry level firefighter academies. It stays with you your whole career.
That's the FEMA handbook you told me about, right?
Well, FEMA does produce it, but it's called the Incident Command System Field Operations Guide.
Really? Okay, let me make sure I know the right one. Incident Command Field Ops Guide. Field. I didn't spell field right. Nobody saw that. Incident Response Playbook? No. A free ICS field manual?
Operations Guide. Field Operations Guide for ICS.
For ICS.
Field Operations Guide.
For ICS.
Fog book.
Incident Command Field Operations Guide for ICS. Incidents.
No, that's something else. Specific Field Operations Guide. Fog manual. ICS fog manual.
Okay. ICS fog manual. Okay.
Right
Field
down there, Ellen Curtis and Sons.
not fire scope fog manual.
You can probably download a PDF. I mean, big, but you know, fill out the 420-1. Yeah, every ICS form and document has a number. Yeah, you can actually go to the Google Incident Command System, learn what that's all about. It's the way we play the game. You know, if you go with a bunch of friends and sit down and play a poker game, you can play it different ways. You know, Texas Hold'em, 7-card draw, or whatever they do. They have a way. Well, when everybody comes, federal, state, local, tribal, to a fire, they have to play the game of emergency response the same way. And
Okay.
I have a funny story for you.
Yeah.
There was a young lady in New Mexico. She was working on a fire in California. They said, "Listen, I want 100 engines." Well, down where she came, engines were Indians. So she thought that they wanted 100 Indian crew members from the Indian crews in the tribes down there, rather than 100 engine companies. And just one word can mess everybody up. For example, in the Oakland Hills fire of 91, one of the dispatchers from the city of Oakland Fire called Cal Fire in Santa Clara and said, "We need an air attack." They said, "Okay, we'll send you one." And they thought they would send the whole Air Force. Berkeley and Oakland thought they were going to see, dozens of helicopters and air tankers. An air attack is one plane. An air attack is one single plane with an officer and a pilot to fly above the fire and coordinate the tankers and helicopters. It's called an air attack. For example, air attack 240.
I can only imagine when like Vietnam vet types came back from the war and they go air attack overhead, they just ducked and they ran for cover. Oh dear.
Well, what I'm saying is, she said, "We need an air attack." So an air attack is a single increment, single resource aircraft. Yeah. Now she said, "We want air attack response. We want air tankers and helicopters." That's different. You got to get your nomenclature correct. Well, previous to 1970 in the state, and 1970 was a terrible year, everybody had their own way of managing, and they called different names. Like, for example, the word tanker. Tanker to the U.S. Forest Service meant a fire engine. Tanker to local government fire meant a water truck that carries lots of water. Tanker to CAL FIRE was an air tanker. So one word tanker meant 3 different things to 3 different agencies that fight fire every day.
Sounds like the government.
It was crazy. But anyway, I got to run. But is there anything else I can help with before I go?
Well, I think those are most of the questions are answered.
Just keep some notes for me. So if something comes up, ask JB, semicolon, and just jot it down and text it to me or whatever. Sure.
Do you still want the? I'll show you where I get the maps and such. I'm sorry, I forgot about that. So.
I like that. I could find it if I spend time on this computer, but I've been tied up on other things. But
no worries.
Yeah, another thing we've talked about too, that people have to realize is there's a horrendous amount of drawdown.
Yeah.
And firefighters are indispensable. They need rest.
Right.
There's only so many of them, so most of these fires that are big require lots of people for long periods of time, and so here we are. This all started early July. I can't even imagine if this trend keeps going what it's going to be like September, October, November.
Well, there's plenty of lightning season left with August. There could be a couple thousand more lightning strikes that roll through here with August. It's monsoon season.
Right. That's what starts the Shelleys, all that stuff that's burning this year. This year was a crazy arsonist.
What?
Crazy person, man caused it.
In the Shelley?
No, on this fire here.
That criminal.
Someone's car, they caught it. They made an arrest and everything, but it was Human caused or man caused, yeah.
I refuse to call him a person, but what I want to call him, I can't say on air.
No, you can't. You would have to forfeit your
Ironically, the new
channel.
the new crazy town of racing fire in Kern County that took out Havila yesterday. That was caused by a drunk driver who died at the scene. So 2 vehicle caused mega fires. Almost.
A lot of people don't realize it, but vehicle fires and structure fires cause a lot of wildland fires. When we get a structure fire, CAL fire, we treat it. We send the same response we would if somebody would report a vegetative fire, because the structure normally and the vehicle normally exposed to the vegetation take off. Yeah. But another thing is what we used to do at work when we were on duty is we got real intimate with the details of how the weather was going to be. For example, a red flag watch or a watch is normally 72 hours before. A red flag warning is you are now under these conditions. They weren't issued the day of this fire. But why did this fire burn like it was under red flag? Because, for example, there was just one little tidbit. In order for the National Weather Service, the only ones who could declare a watch or warning, nobody else, you have to have sustained winds and humidity of such a low amount and temperature of a certain amount for 6 hours. If it's 6 hours or more, then they'll issue the red flag. If it's under that,
So they should have declared a red flag. They didn't because it didn't meet some sort of mathematical number.
Well, it's not they should have. What I'm saying is they didn't meet the criteria. What I'm saying, just because you live in, for example, my first in area, Bidwell, the foothills of Shasta County, we would get horrendous winds at night that lasted 5, 6, 7 hours, but they never had those winds 15 miles down the street in the valley floor. You can get these isolated local winds that can cause a fire department to just go nuts. It happens all the time in Los Angeles. And it happens in places like the Cajon Pass above the city of San Bernardino, where the 15 meets the 215. It's called the Cajon Pass.
Oh,
and
yeah.
I took it one time.
I know. I'm familiar with it. That's a wind tunnel.
You got it. You got it. And the Dalles up there in the Columbia Gorge.
There's a fire there right
why
now.
Why do people wind sail on that river? I took my fifth wheel down that thing 3 years ago coming out of Yellowstone, and I almost had to pull it over and park it. I told my wife it felt like this thing was getting blown off the highway. The winds are horrendous, and they get horrendous fires in there.
Yeah.
The Tehachapi Mountains up there at Gorman, where they had that fire here, LA County had a ripper here about 6 weeks ago down there. And so when winds show up in mountainous terrain with heavy dry fuels and dry conditions, and you're going to have a catastrophic fire then. It's going to move out. It's going to kick your butt.
Well, I was thinking if they had something called orange flag, it would serve the purpose. It means that it's, borderline red flag. It's still high fire danger. And I would advocate for a change in the law. Most people will now slow down if there's orange cones on the side of the freeway, because what happens when you get a ticket in a construction zone? The fines
what normally
double.
happens when they issue a red flag, that what normally it costs government money when they do that, because they hold people on, they upstaff engines. That's kind of a trigger. And CAL FIRE, we would do that whether we do that automatically. And local governments now have followed suit, because the same fire that burns in the SRA or on federal responsibility areas is going to burn in the city. The city doesn't have a wall where the temperature and the humidity and the wind doesn't penetrate the city limits. So, for example, in the city of Reading, every time we had a red flag, we upstaffed and went to a staffing pattern of staffing our reserve engines and staffing up. The city would coincide. They budgeted, they would staff up extra engines and hold more people on duty, because the conditions were going to be right for it to have a fire in their city limits. It was going to take off under those conditions. So
yeah, so I think
criteria changes from one zone of the state to another. I mean, like north, south, and the people that do it. criteria is written by the people in those areas. Like if you look at a National Weather Service map, they have predictive areas. They have the state chopped up into different areas based on land and the temperature and the weather patterns and everything like that. So like Sacramento, they're the ones that dictate what happens in the North State. Eureka takes care of the coast, Medford takes care of Southern Oregon, Reno takes care of that side over there, and that National Weather Service, they make the call. But then we have predictive services, which is funded by the fire agencies. We have one at North Ops and Reading and South Ops and Riverside. And they have a briefing every single morning, and they tell those top chiefs, this is what's going to happen in your region the next 72 hours. All hell will break loose, you know.
Well, this particular park fire is another example of a fire that behaved like it was red flag. So I think because red flag was not declared, I think a lot of people let their guard down. And I would advocate for an orange
people
flag.
might do it, but I tell you what, the fire agencies did. The fire agencies were ready at the helm, and the problem is the initial attack was great on this thing. These guys hit it hard; they almost had it. But then when it went extended attack rapidly, then that's when maybe they could get resources faster in there. In the first 24 hours, it was hard getting additional resources because they were all committed. A lot of resources are committed. Remember, no county, no city fire department, no county fire department, no state fire agency or feds are going to completely strip their areas to just go to one fire. Because one thing these chiefs will tell you is when they have a fire like this that takes off, there is a person called a duty chief. The thing in the back of his brain all the time is, okay, if we break a second, third, or fourth fire, what are we going to do? Are we getting ready? Are we filling in behind companies that are committed, engines and crews and dozers? Can we fill in behind by bringing in additional engines and requesting additional engines from region to bring into the units to cover with dozers to get our crews covered? Boom, boom, boom. It's a domino effect. It's like musical chairs. And when you have 5, 6, 7, 8 major fires already burning, when you get your the ninth one is a major. Look out. That's why the air tankers always hit initial attack fires, because that's where they're the most affected.
Yeah, well, it didn't help that there are huge power lines right next to where the fire was. It made it really difficult to drop retardant effectively.
Yes, it does. Yeah, well, it's a safety issue.
Yeah. And I don't understand why so many communities didn't graze, didn't burn, and didn't mow down their extremely shoulder-high, thick sheetgrass. What did they expect was going to happen this time of year?
Yeah, you mean like the oats and the fillery and the
cheatgrass.
Thistle, the cheatgrass. Yeah.
So
like I said, people have to be vigilant. Here's the thing. Notice. Trying to think what it was. Oh, city of Riverside. The city of Riverside, not the county, but the city of Riverside had a fire in a subdivision that had some natural vegetation in these canyons below it. Not big, wide open canyons. These are just, maybe 20, 30 acres at the most. But it took out 5 multi-million-dollar homes. And once only one house burns, then it burns the next, burns the next, burns the next. And that's why these fires become operational, because when a structure fire burns under windy conditions, it just is a serious flagging problem. We had a fire a few months ago. It was a warehouse fire in Los Angeles County. And one of the challenging strategies was to control the flying brands, the flying embers were igniting fires blocks away. And that's the thing on this fire here. You don't have to have a big pyrocumulus cloud to carry fire and spot. It can still happen under these conditions here. And there's a lot of fire that's probably out there in the ground that's spread that hasn't blown out yet. It's almost like a lightning sleeper or a lightning holdover. Yes,
Yep.
especially in the thick, woody, bushy wilderness.
So one thing that explains why is every grass fire seemingly worse and worse and worse and not behaving like they should. Why are they behaving super bad? And I've been talking with some botanists. So things like cheatgrass are basically suicide bombers as far as nature's strategy goes for them to get ahead in life. So even though they kill themselves with fire, they do that as a strategy because they grow back faster than any other plant. And so they choke out all the competition. So cheatgrass was introduced in California and the West in the mid to late 1800s. So California's native grasses would never do this. They've always been really mild, and oak trees are pretty fireproof. So the Native Americans had no issues just setting fires all the time to fireproof their areas and keep themselves safe, as well as to fertilize the land. It did nothing more than really roast the acorns so that deer could eat them, you know. But what happens with this cheatgrass is every single fire that we allow to happen, it comes back with a vengeance and kills more and more of the native plants and colonizes better and better. So every single one of these fires in the hills is setting us up for a worse situation. So we have to have a war on weeds. We can't just ignore this problem any longer. If we do actually lose California's native plants, it's part of why we're seeing a bit of an ecosystem collapse, like the bumblebees and such are disappearing because there are no more native flowers. So if we can't just ignore that, you know, the gorse, the Scotch broom, the eucalyptus, right? We're reaping what we sow, literally.
Well, the big thing is if you look at the patterns, California has 40 million people. And I told you that when they decide to leave urban metropolitan California and they move into rural California, they're not moving on the National Forest, BLM, Park Service, Fish and Wildlife, or DOD property. They're going to live on private property, which is considered SRA, State Responsibility Area, which is protected by CAL FIRE, unless it's in an area with agriculture like orchards or rice paddies or something. So we have all these people, which the number one cause of wildland fire, human caused, man caused, human caused, which used to be called, and you know, when in the early days when I was a firefighter, the single, one of two big causes with man caused, or what they call human caused, were playing with fire and debris burning. So we don't have debris burning. We don't even allow it anymore past May 1st in this county. Wasn't that way 40, 50 years ago? And then we had a big factor with playing with fire. And who were they? They were children. So they started these massive Smokey Bear. You want to be Smokey's friend? Don't play with matches. We brainwashed every child in kindergarten.
That's a kind of propaganda, but the good kind, right?
Yeah. And so they went off the reduction in playing with fire went way off the charts, and so did debris burning. And now you have still equipment caused, you know, which can include a structure fire. You know, there are more RVs in America than ever now. Two reasons why. COVID. People said, well, hell, I can't travel to Europe, so I'm going to take $50,000 or $60,000. I'll buy a Class A motorhome, buy a fifth wheel. And the other is people can't afford homes, so they live, and most of those people are low income. Those people that live in those low income RVs, they're burning every day in America. Those RVs are burning because they're not maintained or they're properly, people are.
I'm trying to train people that plastic, just think of it as crystallized crude oil. That RV fires is one of the worst things possible because it's just a big plastic box with windows. So, I've seen a lot of people will kill in that kind of situation or pulled out just in the nick of time. My own brother, who passed away, he pulled an old lady out of one, but it was a crazy situation. There's no real fireproofing that goes on there. So, but you're getting tired, and
Well, I just researched here.
Yeah.
I had to get the troops down, and I did. So
yeah,
but anyway, yeah, we talked a lot. A lot of us have talked about this that are retired, and we try to be, we try not to be the old crusty farts that just sit around and say, well, these young guys, they don't know what they're doing. We actually look at it, as practically and as scientifically as we can. And there's just a lot of things that, for example, one big thing some of my comrades are really concerned about. My retired comrades, is the alert system. We still in the state have not nailed this down. So if you're in your home in Auburn, California, and the power goes out and your cell phone goes out, and you're not connected with any person or anything, how would you ever be notified that there is a massive fire front coming to your home?
Well, Butte County,
and
at
that's
least,
what happened.
yeah, is getting a clue. Now I'm trying to show people that you can sign up. They're giving away free FM emergency radio receivers. If you're over, for anybody who is over the age of 60, doesn't have a cell phone service, doesn't have internet, or has a disability. So
they're battery-operated transistor radios out there.
It sounds like it. But I still think there should be some good old-fashioned stuff like ringing the town bell.
What did we do in 1950 when the Cold War was at its highest? How did we prepare our children in schools? They had siren horns at every intersection in America. When the siren horns went off, everybody had to what? Duck and cover. Remember, everybody had to get under their desk. Well, there's a telephone pole somewhere, or there's a power supply somewhere, normally where people live or whatever, and there's an alert system, which who I'd like to see get tasked with doing it on their own dime are the utility companies.
Yeah.
But they won't. They say.
Not if we storm their facilities, they will. And make demands and take hostage. I mean, just make demands and protest. That's what I meant.
So the EBS, the Emergency Broadcasting System, or Emergency Alert System, they call it, that works fine if you got a TV in front of you, and if you got a TV in front of you and you got a radio, and if you're given the right instructions, because as you know, now you've been through this, is sometimes people will be told to evacuate, but they don't know which way to go, and they go the wrong way.
That's why I'm here.
Right. Most people don't go to evac centers. They found that out. They go to a friend's home, a motel, their relatives, their kids, their parents, whatever. They don't go to an evac center. You know who goes to the evac centers? Normally people who live by themselves, disabled people, people who are a little impoverished. They don't have, or they might be loners, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
Well, what I'm saying is people will normally, when they retreat, they'll go to a motel, hotel, or they'll get their RV. That's what happened in the camp.
Yeah.
They were all the way up here in Redding, because Redding was the furthest, largest, the largest available temporary housing facilities up here. I mean, they came up here by the thousands. I don't know how many. It's like 56,000 people got evacuated and were out of their homes for weeks on end. Anyway, so what I'm trying to tell you is, we still have not got this alert system thing. There is a way that law enforcement has these megaphones they use for cases where they want to flush people out of buildings and stuff. They're loud, but they can give a loud message to people they can hear, and it has to be simple. Because on the EAS, how that works is, let's say you've got a place like Redding, California, where they have a third-party interagency regional dispatch center. So the supervising dispatcher person types it up and reads it on a audible speaker, records it, and then the computer transmits it to every TV, radio station in whatever mile radius that they want it to go in it. However, they type that and they say, please evacuate your home now, a fire is moving your way. They should tell them, yes, where to go. Take this route. Do not go south. Go north.
Yeah. Well,
that means yeah.
well, the radio in the cars told the people of Westwood to drive directly into the flames of the Dixie Fire, and that's when I said, "Don't do that, please." And that's when I got the emails that said we save lives. So, yeah, there's that.
Emails what?
That's when I got the emails that said we saved lives.
Well, you probably did.
Yeah.
God probably made that happen because you were at the right time, wrong, right place. And so, yeah. Another thing is, is since Santa Rosa, which was what, 2017, and the system failed the public. Those people literally had no clue what was happening.
Yeah.
In a large area down there. So now you'll see that a lot of fires, even in the initial attack, in the first half hour of the fire, 30 minutes, these incident commanders are doing a lot of evacs now. They're doing mandatory, which is what, go, which is what, level 3? Did he say go? Is it level 3 or level 1? But what's the go now? Level 3?
Yeah, ready, set, go.
Yeah.
3.
They got level 1, 2, and 3. They're trying to standardize that too. It's trying to standardize it nationwide, not just statewide. But they say a required evacuation and then a warning. Warning means, get your bags packed. Okay? You don't have to go now, but you got to be ready to go out the door. Get your prescriptions, get your bags, get your passbook, whatever. So what they're finding out is people still will hunker down because here's the number one reason. A lot of them is they fear someone's going to steal and rob what they have at home or whatever, or they might have animals they can't, or they just, was the old guy during Mount St. Helens that, got on the air with ABC and I'm not leaving my cabin and
Harry Truman.
Huh?
Harry Truman.
Harry Truman is now a fossil in that place.
Or dust or something, yeah,
right.
yeah.
Yeah.
Pompeii-like, yeah.
But some people overreact. I know when we had the car, people went nuts on Facebook and they said things that was not substantial or validated. That's why I've always told you when you say something to your listeners, always make sure it's valid, make sure it's accurate. Something that the news media doesn't do. They have a tendency to embellish too. They'll embellish. I've worked with those people for years. They're looking for a drama. I remember one time they showed up at a fire and the fire was kind of diminishing. There wasn't a lot of fire activity, and they said, "Well, we need something with flames," and we actually had to take a blower and go to a section of the fire that really wasn't burning much and get some flames and get the flames to get longer, so it looked heavy duty because they needed their story. It was a national NBC team or something, but. Sometimes people it's kind of like they go nuts and the rumor mill goes out there and it's like this fire here. People have been calling me, is it going to come into the city already? Well, I guess if under hot, dry, windy conditions have persisted, there's a way that it could get to the city, but no, it's not threatening the city already. Well, it looks so bad and terrible. Well, it is. But that's because the cumulus cloud or the pyrocumulus were just amazing. Yesterday afternoon, it was just unreal. People thought a volcano was blown up. That's what it looked like.
Yeah, that was, yeah. So people were talking about notification systems, and there's a misconception that that in Lahaina that they tried to notify people with the hurricane sirens and they failed, and that's not true.
Wasn't the tsunami sirens?
Well, hurricane and tsunamis, yeah, that's the same thing. So It turns out, this is the stupidest thing ever. Maui County filed a lawsuit against wireless companies like Verizon and AT&T and saying that those companies, the cell phone companies, needed to have notified them that they were out of service. And if they hadn't been notified, they would have pushed the button to turn on the sirens, but we didn't even know nobody had service, so we never pushed the button. So they are literally, Maui County is suing the cell phone companies for that. They never even pushed the button to put on the sirens. They didn't fail. They found
out, yeah.
This is why I try to tell people, do the right thing. Who cares about
Do
your
the right
job?
thing and just use your common sense.
Yeah.
You know, your common sense is if you're going to have a rainstorm hit your backyard with 40-mile-an-hour winds, you're going to go out and button the hatches, as they say. You know, or there's a dust storm. You see the dust storm. When the farmer in the 30s saw the dust storm coming through in Oklahoma, you got everybody in the basement, you know, and they knew they were going to be in trouble. My mother grew up during World War II, during the war, in Mainz, Germany, and when the air raid sirens went off, they got in a bunker. If you didn't get in a bunker, you would die. And they come out of the bunker and see, you know, blocks and blocks bombed up. So, you know, common sense is take cover. And these fires, everybody says, how come we keep having these fires, the global warming? You know what? Oh, I'm sure if you go back in the annuals of hundreds and hundreds of years in the state of California, there's been summers that are just go consistently without, or years ago consistently without rain, and you get these very, very busy fire seasons because of drought. Because a drought is only one part of it. That controls the fuel moisture. The other part of it is the lay of the land, which we can't change that. We're valleys, foothills, and mountains of California. The weather. The weather's, and of the weather, the most critical, go back and look at Bel Air. You know, go back and look at 1980 panorama fires in San Bernardino. And I went back and looked at all the large damaging fires, structural loss, interface fires. They were all on hot, dry, and windy days.
Right. That's why I point out to people who may think that weapons were involved with, these town erasing fires. I said, man, I don't think the military approves funding for $1 trillion or $1 billion weapons when, in these cases, a $5 road flare would have done the same thing. You know?
Well, of course, someone dragging a chain on their trailer, their boat trailer. You know, somebody look at the car. The poor guy is driving his trailer, and the tire went flat. He didn't know it. It kept going. And finally went from rubber down to steel. And steel on asphalt at 60 miles an hour, you can get sparks.
Yeah. JB, what was the worst fire you've ever seen?
What kind of fire?
Well, I would say the most
wildland or structural fire?
Conflagration, like where wildfires met urban places. Like, what was the most crazy thing you've ever seen? Like, which fire that you witnessed?
Well, the Painted Case fire in I think it was 90 or 91. It was 90. I'll never forget that. Took about 650 homes. And we went as a strike team from Reading, Shasta Trinity Unit. We went immediate need to Santa Barbara. And we got there. It was nightfall. The fire had already burned through that day. We were there at night. They put us on the line. And we were up there at the top above Santa Barbara, up where Jane Fonda has a ranch up there. And there's a place called the Painted Cave. And I looked down and I could see streetlights with houses down in the city. And then you followed that, and all of a sudden you saw streetlights, but there were no houses. That burned 650 homes. I remember that initially, remembering that. That's like 30, 40 years ago. But then we had a fire here, the Fountain Fire in 92. But I don't know, as far as the biggest and baddest, I think one of the worst was the station fire in 09, because it killed 2 LA counties when I was there, and that was a terrible, terrible fire.
The wildfire, not the station nightclub?
You're right. The station nightclub was a structural fire.
Yes.
But the station fire in LA County was a 160,000 acre wildland fire. It killed 2 LA County firemen. And they weren't killed directly by fighting the fire. They were killed as the fire was moving toward their fire camp. The camp is within the firefighters. And they were one was a superintendent, the other one was a firefighter specialist. And they were there at the camp with the crews, a couple crews, and they were getting it prepped because it was going to be hit hard by the flame threat. They were driving around below the camp on a big slip road when the fire started approaching, and the smoke got so thick they couldn't see in front of them, and they left the highway and went into rolled over on a canyon and rolled and were killed in a vehicle, a pickup truck.
You're fading out. Talk closer to the microphone.
Yeah, sorry about that.
No worries.
But they were killed in a fire department vehicle when they left the highway. When they left the road, mid-slope dirt road, and it was an accident. You know, I remember when I worked in the tracking pool, one of the gals I buried her, helped with her service. Wonderful young lady. It was a college grad, and it was in Plymouth.
You're starting to fade out.
I'm still fading out. I don't know. Must be. I don't know what it is. Maybe it's the cells here. But anyway, I remember her. You know, there were 5 engines going on a mid-slope dirt road in the middle of the night, and the engine in front of her created so much dust she couldn't see, and she left the highway or left the roadway and rolled into a big canyon with 4 people in their engine, and 3 were killed, and she was one of them. It's terrible. Yeah. So, you know, I mean, I've had a few, you know, that are significant that I remember that can never repeat. All right. Well, listen, you hang in there, keep up the good work, get your rest.
Well, don't call me in the middle of the night if you want me to get my rest.
Oh, well, how many hours are you gone now? You started early today, right?
Yeah, this is 12:30. This is my 15th hour, and it's almost midnight.
Yeah, well. Yeah.
And the conversation's been going on.
Now.
This conversation's been going on for an hour and 10 minutes, but.
Oh, wow. I gotta hit the rack. All right, thank you very much.
I'm just teasing you. We treasure you, and the chat does too. So thank you for your insights.
Yeah. Well, if I keep listening to you, I'll get very educated about history and science and all kinds of geography. What else do you cover? It's kind of like the jack of all trades channel. All right, take care. You have a good one.
Thank you, JB.
All right, thank you. Bye-bye.
Oh, man. Oh, no. Where were the people? I had the coolest thing set up, but I can't take this headset off, or we would have lost JB. I had the coolest comeback to a person saying that the USSR is involved with something. I couldn't really follow chat, or that Moscow was listening. And you know what? That's okay. Everything's okay, you know? I mean, we welcome that. Attention, comrades. Our cover in the United States is blown. Comrades, evacuate. Head for the submarines. Our cover is blown. Okay. I think I should keep this prop head around because it's a great comeback for the people who say I'm violating their freedom of speech. We should definitely have like a Soviet. We should see if AI could generate this poster for us. Freedom of speech zone with like a no smoking sign up. Freedom of speech, no smoking sign. And put the Soviet sickle and hammer behind it. Like freedom of speech prohibited. You know? And people say, but you're violating my freedom of speech. And I'll just put on a hat and say, do we allow freedom of speech, comrade? And yet, oh my God, that is the only way we're going to stay sane here. But in all seriousness, Putin is like a USSR revivalist, man. Comrade Katerina. Yes, I will comply with the party directive. My loyalty has never been questioned. I have a terrible Russian accent. When I was there, I tried to speak Russian, and they just thought I was a mentally retarded Russian girl. My accent was that bad. And that's why I hung my head in shame. I just shut my mouth. Like, I had all these thoughts and dreams that I'm going to be immersed. I'm going to learn this language. they would frown at me when I'd say stuff like, добрый день, меня зовут Katya. And they'd go, what, is she special? Like, yeah, I do think she is. And then they go, oh, and they would actually pet me on the head, and they would like talk to me like, do you want to buy milk? Where are your parents? And I went, oh, I don't know, somewhere in California. Oh God. Yeah, I've never been so embarrassed in my life, but at least they couldn't. Humiliation. Humiliation. I should have bought like a proper Russian hat though. That's like a fake, you know? I was swindled actually as a 14-year-old. I thought that was a proper true Soviet hat by that magazine that's claimed to have all kinds of Soviet um it was a little magazine that had like all kinds of surplus army stuff. And my dad had it in the bathroom to read, and I was just enamored with it. Do they still have that Army Surplus magazine? Going, going, gone. Authentic World War II British engineers engineering bag. It's just like a regular canvas, like, I don't know, the shoulder bag. Like, oh yeah. I mean, they had a great story for where everything came from. Buy Wolf ammo. Like, yeah, that's designed to destroy your gun. Um, defective gunpowder guaranteed. And what was that? That was an awesome magazine, though. It was for entertainment only, really. So I actually took my Russian hat in front of real Russian immigrants, and I said, "Check this out. It's a piece of Soviet history." They look at me and they go, "What?" No, all Russian military uniforms had real fur. We were not into that fake bull beep. I'm like, I got swindled. Yes, unfortunately, you did. I should have bought stuff when I was there, but alas, a missed opportunity. I don't think I can return to Russia until Putin ain't there no more. Nathan says steel rounds, wolf animal, wolf ammo. Yeah, yeah. I look, but in all seriousness, I don't have freedom of speech. Nobody does on YouTube. It's the private sphere. So I had to sign many agreements about what I can do and can't talk about. And also, nobody can say certain things, like you cannot incite violence. That's not freedom of speech. That's inciting violence. The Supreme Court already ruled that profanity is not protected free speech, because freedom of speech is about expressing yourself, and you can choose other words that mean the same thing. They're not vulgar and upsetting. So upsetting the peace is a crime, disturbing the peace. Also, you can't call for violence or the death of anyone, or that you can't. You can also not say, "I wish that person were dead. I wonder if somebody could take care of my problem." That you can't do. Nobody can do that. Because there's always somebody mentally ill willing to do that. There's just always a percentage of people that get fixated and obsessed with any speaker and then want to please them. It's kind of the beginning of how cults start. So it just means the government can't arrest you for expressing yourself, but you cannot lie about people. That's called libel and slander. So you can't say something like so-and-so touched a child inappropriately. Whoa. If they haven't been convicted of that kind of crime, then you're going to get some serious repercussions. You're going to get your butt suit off. They can sue you. If you harm their business, their reputation, they can sue you. And same thing goes for somebody who's not convicted of a crime. I have to constantly say allegedly, or all the even arsonists where I believe they did it. I can say I believe they did it. I can't say that they did. We've got rules to the system. So you also cannot cause a panic or induce a crowd stampede. It's not legal for you to shout fire in a theater if there is no fire. These people will trample themselves to death there onto the exits. So there's things you can't do. But the public sphere is about you being able to express yourself, and so you can do things like most everything else is okay. You can buy your own website, say pretty much whatever you want on it. Profanity is okay on a website because people can choose not to hear it. They can choose to click away. You just can't stick it in somebody's face when they're forced to hear it. Wow, Cohasset too. Wow. Wow. We were looking at Oregon earlier, but it's in rotate mode. Cohasset too when it did that. Like, dude. Well, yeah, Bald Mountain Butte too. Holy God. It's not quite the 28th, so this goes into my 27th, July 27th folder still. It's just one of the many nuclear looking. Wow. Well, yeah, the Bill of Rights is a bill of sale. They should expand it greatly. We should have like a Bill of Rights where nobody can sell your information. Like if you don't use a VPN, I'm not selling a VPN, but it's actually true what they're saying. Your internet service provider has the right now to track everything you're doing, keep a huge file on you, and sell it all to anybody they want. Anybody they want. So they're watching everything you do. But their interest is their sales mostly go to advertising companies. They're just putting a profile on you to try to put ads in front of your face. And so they want to know about your medical conditions. There's an old saying on the internet, you never Google your medical condition because then you go on a store website, Amazon or anywhere, because Google is the one that puts most ads on the internet. All of a sudden, hemorrhoid cream shows up, and all kinds of stuff, and that's when you realize that there's a dossier somewhere about me, and it lists that I have hemorrhoids on it, or things that are worse. So that's one of the main. Sorry about kitchen noises. I need more food. Ooh. Oh, did C-Probe give me his? Oh, cool. He gave me his what's this Thai dish? Hang on a second. Did he realize that he gave me his shrimp pad Thai? Is he gonna be mad if I eat it? Why didn't he want it? I gave it to him as a gift. Did he just pretend to like it? To be polite? Sorry about the kitchen noises. I forget that I have a microphone in my head. Was he just being polite, or was he being generous and he gave it to me? And he's like, oh, she needs more food. She's a stick. I don't know. He needs to really learn a few things about women, though. So when I was crying about seeing how large the Butte fire got when it went truly nuclear and unbelievable in size. And when I realized a huge amount of the forest is going to be gone and it's going to threaten a lot of communities and erase a lot of homes and stuff, I just couldn't help myself. I just started breaking down. All of a sudden, there's a knock on my door, and I open it, crying, and he starts hugging me. And I just made his shirt all wet, crying into his chest, and I went, "Can you believe this?" He goes, "I know, I'm so sorry." So here I am thinking, what an amazing mod. Like, he drives over here, seeing me like this. And I had this new admiration for his kind heart. And so I bought him this pad thai, and I said, "You deserve this, you know." I got different Thai yellow curry for myself, thanks to kind donors, especially Kate Garcia. And so I told him, order anything you want off this order. And so later, as we're eating, I said, "You know, that's really nice of you." I was crying alone, and I was like, I was having a I want my mommy kind of moment, you know. And you came, and I wasn't alone. Man, he needs to learn a few things about women, because he actually told me the truth, and he goes, "Oh, I didn't know about that. I didn't come over because you were crying." Smitty texted me and said I should make some food for you. What? You've got to learn how to lie to women, C-Probe. You noob. Poor little innocent thing. You know, if he doesn't learn by now, though, poor little innocent thing. We love being lied to. It just has to be the proper type. It's our favorite thing. You know? You come home holding something shiny and pretty, and we say, "Oh, for me? You thought of me?" The correct answer is yes, I did. Even though it was a gift for your mom or something, the correct answer is yes, I did. I am always thinking of you, my dear. I should teach a master class. The problem is, if men ever listened to women, we'd already do this. We'd teach them classes, they would know. And so many heartbreaks and hard things could be avoided. But if we ever do really kind of speak to them, they get this weird glaze in their eyes. It's like a hypnotized chicken. And then you wave your hand in front of them, and they're kind of distant and aloof, and like, "Hey, did you just hear what I just said?" They snap. They snap back to reality with that. So it's clear at that point that they're not, you know, in a diabetic coma or anything. But alas. So newcomers, if you're wondering why I'm babbling about stuff in the kitchen, it's because most people are listening and not actively watching. So when I just went to the kitchen and there was long silence, people thought the stream was over. And so all of a sudden, like half the people are gone in 3 minutes. So quiet moments like this, where they haven't said anything on the radio in a bit, I just gotta talk about anything. All right, let's reheat this. Alright, at least I spared you the beeping sounds of the microwave. It's pretty harsh. Alright, let's make sure the radio is still connected. It's kind of unusual for them to be silent this long. I got chicken farm. Yes. Hey, wildfire's a nun and a saint. I'm sorry about the plate noises. It occurs to me after I make noise. Well, I'm glad we got Colby Mountain 2 back. It's a little more vigorous than I would have liked. This is the fire and best behavior. It'll be worse the whole rest of the week. I wish we'd pivot to the right a little bit. It's unclear with the edges to the northeast. Okay. Now, Flat Mountain, looking at it, we get a better idea. And Bald Mountain Butte has a pretty wide beam because it's so zoomed out. You know, the other version of the cams is easier to do this. Alert west. Because we have the beam control thing. How do I? Yeah, that is the wrong one. Okay. Bald Mountain Butte. Bald Mountain Butte 2. So there we are. Mouse over where the fire is presumably not further than right there. Right where it says 22. Staying like a good little doggy with his lane. I hear a whining sound on the radio. I'm gonna reconnect anyway. Alright, so that's where its tip is. Well, yeah, I forgot you can rotate to the right to see more of it. That's how we find where it is. Alright, good. Okay. I eat a lot right before I go to sleep. It's time to go to sleep. I'm so happy I'm actually tired at night. It was so funny. JB keeps texting me and saying, look, put on your oxygen mask first and get some good sleep, girl. And I'm like, you understand that, like, almost every night here you call me like at 11 and talk my ear off until like noon on the channel or midnight? He's like, oh, that was hilarious. That was hilarious. Oh my goodness. I tried to interject. He's obvious. I'm concerned about him too. He's like falling asleep at the wheel talking to us. And that's the cool thing. You can tell a real firefighter because they can still function on the edge of unconsciousness and still respond and stuff. They're used to working totally exhausted. Poor things. But I can tell it's keeping him up at night. This is worrying everybody. It's worrying everybody. I'm now feeling much better. We have eyes on the thing, as well as our heat detection. Oh, is the mapping playing at work? So here, don't worry about this. This strip right here in the red, we know that they were doing firing. Yeah, that's finishing up and polishing their really good dozer line. And protection around 32, including something on the radio, including protecting the platinum. This is just low key burning off the pine needles around. Not only is it a radio tower, but there's a fire station right next to it. You see them coming and going, babysitting their pine needle fire. They're not allowing it to climb trees. And it goes to show that if it's low key and at night, fires like this, the kind of Native Americans set and early ranchers and such, no real threat to the forest as long as you watch it. Do it at the right place and time. Tree bark is pretty fireproof stuff. They're vulnerable where there are chinks in the armor. Oh, that was true. He had to cut it short. Oh, joked her. I posted saw you were talking about to your Twitter. Thank you for reposting it.
9430 Charlie, structure branch, E-Fire 24.
Hey, it's alive. I was told to do reaction videos before there was a thing. I took some college courses, and I was like 2 credits away from 3/4 time student. And so I tried to just pick some easy thing and try to get some, arts and fine arts or whatever it is, I was doing a multimedia fine arts degree, even though I wanted to learn complicated stuff like microphone stuff. That's actually really complicated. It takes a lot of learning and a full plate. I needed something easy. So music appreciation comes up. Yeah, don't worry a thing about this. This is making this fire station and fire tower safer. Plus half these trees still have retardant in their branches. What? Oh. I just got so alarmed. I just got this email and it says your Amazon order has been successfully canceled. I'm like, my what? My what? I didn't even order anything. Thank you, Wine Country, for the kind donation. Thank you. It was on the air. Pictures. Sweet picture of a Bronco. Awesome. Yeah. Oh, and thank you, David. Shoot, that was 7:30. I hope I thanked him at the time. So I just have to make a list. Okay, I'm getting spammed by email. So yeah, I was like, what? I didn't order anything on Amazon. Did I get hacked? Oh my god. It's my mom. I just realized, wait, who would want a bunch of hanging files and folders and a bunch of Canon ink CL64K cyan or whatever? I don't even have a printer like that. Oh wait, my mom does. Don't use my account, Mom. I use her computer to try to go live on June 6th when I was at the airport and all hell broke loose and the worst fires started breaking out in California. And I was like, let's go, Mom. Can I borrow your computer? And it just really wasn't good. So that's when we realized we have to have a laptop then. And I logged in on Amazon at that time. Right, Bay. At first I was like, scam. Because but it looked very, very official. I'm like, what? False alarm, man. I was about to rush to change my password, and oh my god, just in case. And I almost reported my mom as a phishing scam or like an official Amazon. Yeah. Okay. Okay, the story. We're just in patrol now, guys. Questions? Welcome. Don't be alarmed by things like Los Molinos and this. It was a perfect time for firing today, which makes everybody safer. And real firefighters, we're lucky to have some in chat too, kind of confirming that when they're making dozer lines like this, and they are still making them to protect places like Red Bluff and Los Molinos, bulldozers will push a bunch of like dead logs and stuff together so that they can babysit in one big, bonfire pile. And so just as they said, we may be losing the window of opportunity to do more burning on the radio, this got significantly less intense. So they may have wanted to do more of this, but they're really winding it down. Although if they did it deeper in the black, there'd be no harm whatsoever. So, yeah. What is the meme? The panic meme. So there's always a guy who's calm and then panic. Oh, what's a good one? I don't even know what COD, Call of Duty? I don't know what COD means. These are kind of bad examples of it. They're stupid examples. Here's called the calm meme. So it's like first you're calm, you panic. Oh my god, there's something, and then you're calm. Oh, all right, and then you panic again. So yeah, like here's a good example. Oh, not that. There's a fire. Panic. You alert people by yelling fire. You're on a shooting range. Panic. Yes. Oh my God, I sent a message to her. What will happen now? Panic. Oh, she saw it. She saw it. Oh, where's someone?
Communications, Romeo 3-1 training on command.
Yeah, you hit your brother. He says he won't tell, so you're calm. 5 minutes later, your mom calls you downstairs. Panic. It's like, oh, I have an Amazon order. My order has been
Park
canceled.
communications, Romeo 3-1 training operating on the park fire. Please advise of any aircraft inbound or open fire.
Aircraft? What aircraft? Maybe try Know Your Meme. Yeah, that might have a better example. Oh yeah, it's Sunday. Panic! Oh, I'm on vacation. It's your last day of vacation. Panic! At work tomorrow. A mouse is annoying me. Panic! Oh, this is mean. Oh, that's stupid. That's stupid.
Park communications, Romeo 3-1 training. Do you copy my traffic? Count 11.
You hear somebody enter your room.
Park communications, copy, stand by.
Anyway, so you're allowed to make them. Oh, do you have to sign in? I just want to make my own. Like, oh, my Amazon order is canceled. Okay. Panic! I didn't have an Amazon order. I would make that one. You realize you're a teacher at your own school. Somebody's so stupid. But the idea of a meme is you make your own. They all have a theme. You know, it's a running gag. But you can't use stale memes. You have to be fresh. They have to be dank. Memes definitely have to be dank, you know, or classical, but they can't be stale. They got to be fresh. But like classics never die, okay? So don't you be calling my classical, I can't have cheeseburger like stale, okay? I won't have it. That's the original gangsters are never uncool. Like here's the guy who was enthusiastic about something, yay, and then oh. Oh, you know what? I totally forgot. When JB first started saying that there are so many RV fires, I was so good with the comebacks and the comedy. I tried to cheer him up, you know. I was about to say, because it was like a rhetorical question. He was like, you know why so many RV fires are happening? And I said, because everybody's trying to mimic my blue, Jesse. But I'm the original. Yeah. Joseph says, what's the latest figure somebody's calculated for how many acres added to the park fire per hour? I don't know. The thing is, they actually lit a lot of these fires today and last night on purpose. The only way to really stop it from reaching Manton was they put fire in front of it. So the thing about acreage is I try to warn people, just because it increases doesn't mean it's bad. And look, we got to remember, it's about rate of spread, but it's totally misleading. Think about it this way. You have a small circle. It is the size of a carousel at the fair. You know, 10 carousel horses on it. Hey, Bash. I don't think you're spamming me. Are you rolling on your phone while asleep, Debash? Most of the time, he was still with it, right? But yeah. So, okay, maybe I should make a bunch of shorts that like educate people. I'd rather make comedy, but you know. So, But yeah, there was an argument. I'm not a math person, okay? So when I say exponential, don't you crucify me and say it was squared or something, whatever. Just stay with me. You have a circle the size of a carousel. And then you have a circle the size of the big island of Hawaii. Both circles are increasing in size at the same rate. But which number is going crazy per second? The circle that's already huge starts out with gigantic numbers. So, look, I don't know how to do math, so don't make fun of me, especially not after midnight. But if it is a squared thing, right, we'd make a formula here. So if each circle, you make a formula for the rate. Hey, math people, you impress me. Why don't you come with the woodwork and show me how it's done. What's the formula? For two circles expanding at the same rate, but like something per second, right? So how big are they growing per minute? You just start out with one that's way bigger than the other, like roughly the size of Hawaii versus a carousel, right? You math people impress me with that. Come up with that formula. So when the fire was small, it was so many acres per minute, but it was small. Now, it wasn't spreading along the ground. We have to remember that. It was dropping pieces out of the sky miles ahead of itself, a quarter of a mile to a half mile ahead of itself. We saw that on the thermal cam as it went across the landscape. So, in fact, we can't really calculate how fast it was spreading on the ground, not particularly that fast. It was dumping flaming pieces a quarter mile to a mile ahead of itself, and then those became individual circles, which expanded too. If you took that into account, this isn't that impressive. It was a, 25 mile an hour wind event, 28. It's what I care about is what's reality. Like if you just go with what they were saying with the raw numbers, such and such per minute, then you would think in your mind that I could never even outrace this fire with a Ferrari. It would have overtaken my car. No, it wasn't that fast. If you got in a Ferrari and you floored it from here to there in a straight drag strip line, you'd be well ahead of the fire. Fine. If it was just spreading on the ground, it's not that impressive. But since they're misconstruing things, they're not allowing for the fact that new fires are starting ahead of it and then emerge. It's just kind of fake, honestly. The concept of how fast it spread is fake. It's not really ground spread. It more closely resembles a bombing in war. So it's like trying to think about it like war. You drop a first incendiary bomb at the south end of a town in Germany, and there's a strong south wind. But you also kept going to the north of the town, dropping more bombs. That's cheating. It's not that impressive. What impressed me in this area was the true rate of spread of the campfire in grass once the molten metal hit the ground right underneath the power lines and the 120 mile an hour wind gusts hit it. There was a helicopter that came by and showed that it was truly spreading along the ground at 3 football lengths per minute. That's way faster than what the hell happened today. Ground spread. The answer is pi, the square root of pi. Shut up, Al. Yeah, Yusuf is saying it's not truly exponential. It's a lesser fraction than that, largely linear, except for the large fires make their own weather. Right, but what they're saying.
Oh man, Romeo through on Trini, go ahead.
Hang on.
Oh man, Romeo through on Trini, copies, we'll get a hold of Helco.
I wish they'd do a repeat of what they said. That was far. That was a human voice. It's just too far away to understand. And Helco copies. I think that means air traffic control, basically, or something. Chico Airport.
Helco, oh man, Romeo through on Trini on command.
Romeo, huh? Romeo is the drone, the mapping drone. The point is, these statistics were pushed to the public. It is not being genuine. If you take it out of context and you scare the public to death, you can't just imply that these fires are running faster than a Ferrari when they're not on the ground. It's not that swift rate of spread on the ground. It wasn't that windy. We have seen way worse in Butte County, where it ran way faster. I'm not sure where Romeo is out of. It seems to be a small one, but I'm unsure. It said UAV. When I actually saw Paradise burning, the region burning, when I was driving down to the family reunion later in November, what messed up one that was. I was on 99, and this is one of my stories, you know. I left Los Molinos. I was by the weird helipad thing that's in the middle of nowhere. And I don't know if it has a name, but it's, you know, you're on 99 and you drive past and you kind of see, is it Vina? It seems sometimes it's staffed and sometimes it isn't from year to year. On the east side of the highway, and it's that's west. It's in buildings, and sometimes you see like a Cal Fire looking helicopter thing. God, I'm boiling hot. Let me open a window. Hang on. It could be. It could be a big drone. It says UAV. Oh no, there's no fire at Magalia. No. Now there's a bunch of helicopters that were using Paradise Lake. I didn't even know Paradise had a lake, honestly. To dip out of. So a lot of people were worried. They seem to be humming and buzzing around SAB. Is it called the SAB? I would think. I never actually learned about it. but they were just getting their water. So mostly today, they really reinforced the lines, even at dawn when I first woke. They were reporting great work overnight from 32 to Lomo. And they still had mop up, meaning some ground was still hot around 32, but everything was on the proper side. One little minor, really minor thing that sounded like a kind of like a tree stump on fire or something. It's the sable. The sable. You used to go fishing in Paradise Lake when you were a kid. Yeah, I can't really remember the location of my horseback riding lessons in Paradise. I'm really afraid that it was on the east side of town. And I can't really bring myself to want to try to find out. I remember the house that was a caboose, though. So when I went there, trying to find out where people died to see if they had a map of fatalities, see if they could have found a shelter to be able to see if they had options. I used the street view of the particular road. And it's so radically different. Edgewood. So I think it was Edgewood. This is where a lot of people are trapped, and many of them made it. There's only one way out. You have to go all the way to Pearson. Power lines fell on top of a car right here, and then all those behind. Did they rebuild? They rebuild already? Wow. I believe that was Edgewood.
Grab TC in the area of Highway 70 north of Folga Road.
Anyway, it's grim. So, okay, the story. Me driving down 99. Let's get back to that one. That's less grim. Oh, we were going to look at Kern County, too. You have to keep an eye on it. Well,
Line 2111, engine 366, engine 82, company 37, Butte Medics, TC, single vehicle rollover, Highway 70 north of Folga Road, approximately 1 mile north of Folga PG&E substation. First unit scene, 70 AC on CalCord, stand by for response check back, 0016.
that's where the campfire started. Polga. People in a traffic accident. Well, that's a turn of events on what? This isn't the same fire, is it? This is not like Isabella. What the hell is that? Like Isabella is up there. What is this? What the hell's on it? Oh, it sees that far? Oh, is that zoomed in? It is. Holy crap. Breckenridge Peak 2. That's where a town used to be. Avila. Yeah, I know, Move Cow. Shenanigans says we got stuck on Nunnally Road and Academy because they were having everyone evacuate onto Pearson without officers directing traffic. Oh my god. Oh my god. Pearson, the culverts under Pearson were about the best shelter anybody could ever wanted. I went into one of the neighborhoods that was kind of an erased mobile home park, and I walked to the edge because there was actually some hose on the ground, and it was, it was 2021, and there's still burned out cars every once in a while, and abandoned hoses neatly coiled them by the side of the road. And the reason nobody stole them is because they're totally contaminated with the dioxins. It's just cancer-causing soup. A life flight code was called. Oh God. Yeah, thanks for the insight, Nathan. What did you say you were educated in again? It went past a while ago. Thanks for your valuable insight. So, I went to inspect that hose. I start hearing running water. And I look down, and there's like a grate under my feet. And I just see running and flowing water. And it was one of these streams that went, there's a huge culvert. All of them were huge under Pearson. 8 to 9 feet tall. Like 8 foot wide. You could have put 65, crammed maybe 100 people in it. And right when I was standing on looking down, you could walk in. Running water, it was a concrete thing. Computer science? Oh. But like a radio tech, no? I wanted to take ArcGIS classes. And they were stupid.
82, responding.
They were locked behind a bunch of math prereqs. I'm like, really?
Morrow with response check back. TC, Highway 70 north of Polgo Road. Engine 366.
Engine 366.
92111.
Kern County.
Battalion 2111.
Maybe we'll see him take off then, like flight.
Few medics responding. First unit scene. 70 SC on CalCord. 0020.
But the drone's flying, right? The Romeo drone is flying. I still have to finish that story. So what is that facility called? It's like Highway 99, Hellfire. It's like a base. Nichols. It's a Vena. Hellfire Vena Helitrack base. Sometimes you go past it and it looks inhabited, or sometimes it looks completely shuttered up. Cost $12.4 million to replace the facility. Costa Engineers. Things cost way too much money anymore. What? That's a neat ceiling fan, though. It looks like actual helicopter blades. That's a neat idea. Neat. Now, to be really fireproof, it needs iron shutters on these windows, but hey, they could be added. I would like to see some sort of tower thing, like a real lookout, but hey. A tower with a camera. So the Cal Fire Arena Helitack. Okay. Cal Fire Vena Helitack. around here that I was driving. Oh dear God. I just crashed Explorer. Please don't crash. Please don't crash. Okay, yeah, it was giving the spin of doom. Uh-oh. Alright, I think we're alright. Okay. It's not my computer that can't handle it. It's Explorer, not Explorer, Edge browser itself. Okay, watch duty come back. Yeah, watch duty tab crashed. Watch duty, come on. Ooh, okay, that scared me a second. Speaking of the Vena helibase, that's Dairyville. Oh, they're dipping out of Sacramento? Why isn't that on flight radar? Did flight radar crash? Why can watch duty see it and we can't? Oh wait, we can. Okay, it's over there. Alright. That's Chinook. Alright, we can see it. Alright, we got it. I'm a professional. Everybody can remain calm. I'm a professional. Alright. You're partial to what? To Brave? Oh, Brave browser. Yeah. Chrome would never handle this. I tell you what, I used to complain that my games were laggy to various game developers. That there was micro stuttering in my 3D games, no matter what I played, cowboy games, whatever. It's true, there's different fire rated types of glass. It's true, Joseph, right. But you know what Windows do is the radiant heat is glass channels it. It's like a magnifying glass, So one thing iron shutters will do will end that effect, right? But when I would report all this game laggy stuff, someone put on the thread, I solved my issue. It was Chrome, and I went, what? I'm just kind of person who has like 10 tabs open at once. And so they're like, do a Control-Alt-Delete and a app monitor thing and just see how much of your resources Chrome is taking up. Each tab was astronomical. It's the biggest resource hogging piece of crap. It had a memory leak for just years. And memory leak is, well, like, think of a bucket. You only have so much memory of your computer. Think of it as water, and a memory leak is like having a hole in it, and all of a sudden it's used up, and so you grind to a halt. It's like leaking oil out of your engine and still driving down the freeway. That's the effect over time. And you really have to do a full restart to get rid of it. That was persistent for so damn long. I started using Opera GX. It's a sweet, slick little browser. I started beta testing it. All of a sudden, all my game problems were just completely eliminated. Smooth as silk. The thing is, I didn't notice. All of a sudden, other apps and other programs are working much better too. I was like, are you kidding me? Even when Chrome was minimized, it was just this giant memory hog in the back. And the other thing, do I see satellite footage? Not live, but you know what? If we buy the pro version of Caltopo, supposedly there's some sort of a live satellite. I don't know how accurate like that statement is. It says weather stations. You can see aircraft too. Parcel data, something like that. I mean, live is really relative. We can do the low quality one. What's that one called? Oh, that's particular services. Oops. Somebody. Okay, that's not the right tab. I had it under here. Maybe it's under cams. Not really a cam. Yeah, it is Zoom Earth. This is the easy use free one. So you can go to what? July. See, that was the Oroville fire on July 2nd. So we got to go to July 20. What day did it start? See, the 23rd. What did? Must have started the 25th. So it's 25th on the AM.
Morrow engine 366 at scene. Single vehicle on its roof. Eastbound lane will be blocked. We'll be out checking on injuries.
Play.
Morrow engine 366 will be a non-injury. Continue medics. Code 2. Cancel the ballast. I copy. The burn operation. Division Lima. Bench 20, Division Lima. Yeah, confirming the fuel is still up there at Butte Meadows. Giant 21 loud available. Lima, thank you.
Prayer sent for the person.
Oroville engine 366, confirming CHP was en route. Engine 366, 0031. 66. Copy, thank you.
See that? That's a bad place to have an accident. In the canyon. Once I saw a train derail in the canyon, and the train cars were just dangling off the cliff in the Feather River Canyon in a really narrow spot across from the big tunnel. And we pulled over, like all us motorists pulled over. Hey, Honor Fixing, welcome back. Well, you know, Broadcastify never stops playing for me anymore. It used to stop. I played around with some things. I could try to figure out what my Edge browser settings are. Sorry. So I'm pro. That may make a difference, right? This is horrible. And California and Newsom likes to brag about how California's going carbon neutral or something. Yeah, sure. You want to go more carbon neutral, you just increase the budget for the firefighting more than 3%, thanks. There's a lot we can do. Only 5 firefighters, I mean, the engines, held the line on 32 for like 38 hours. They did a 38-hour shift. Heroes. It kicks you off. Okay, first of all, are you a pro? Second, are you using the dashboard? Like you got the pro version. This is the dashboard. So, you create one, action, add a feed, blah, blah, blah. So I make this my active tab. Now, there may be sleep settings in the settings and whatnot. And I believe Edge browser is just now smart enough not to sleep the active tab, the one that's visible. Now I notice though, it has to be on top of other windows on the desktop. If I cover up the clock, Opera is the clock. So it's in the corner of my big 43-inch TV that's my monitor. So if I cover it up, it stops. See? The clock just stopped. So Opera detects whether or not there's a window on top of it. And it's sleeping now to, stop using up my computer resources. Now if I move, yeah, there it goes. If I move my window away from it, it's going again. So these are some tricks. Active tab window on top, for sure. I'm using a dashboard. So, no pro, okay. It may be Broadcastify picking you up. Yeah, I try to sit as far back as I can from this thing, but I actually can't afford a good, decent monitor. It was more priority to get the hardware that would allow me to do this. So I've got this TV was $350. It was one of the first affordable 4K TVs that ever came out on a Black Friday special. Real harsh with the whites though. Mm. Now, do you have scanner radio? Scanner radio never stops on my phone. So I can screen off. I can even be recording. Like sometimes on other cell phones, if I'm monitoring more than one fire, and I want something for the historical record, I take an old cell phone, just on Wi-Fi. I do scanner radio, I hit record, screen off, and I forget about it. I find it later. And it's still recording. I'm on like 2% battery, you know. So I only have two. I only have 2 radio apps on my phone. Oh, my eyes. White space is evil. I haven't like rooted my phone or anything. Thank you, Butte County, for suggesting people donate. Remember to hit the like button, friends. That would be maybe a thing to look at the FAQ on Scanner Radio and see if there's a timeout feature or something. But I'm less and less satisfied with Edge browser. It's becoming bloated, just like Chrome was, with weird stuff. It's now starting to be a memory hog like Chrome was. But there's a couple features I like. And it'll warn me. It'll say detecting high memory usage and tell me which tabs are doing that. What's it called? Browser Essentials. Of course, I'm on a desktop, so I don't need to save battery power with efficiency mode. It says 35 tabs of sleeping to save my resources. That's saving me a whole 2.27 gigs, man. My current tab performance is healthy. I think you can now put certain websites on a never sleep list. And it's pretty good. Like, I'll be on a news website, and it'll tell me the news website is really chugging along using my memory. They're pretty.
Engine 366 Orville, did you have traffic?
They're pretty sketchy.
Orville Engine 366 affirmative. How do you copy?
366, loud and clear.
Orville Engine 366. This will be a confirmed non-injury. Patient's gonna AMA. You can cancel the medics. Additionally, CHP at scene.
Oh, the dash lookout. Right. Great. A non-injury?
040 break.
Yeah, he uses Google Earth, which makes me a bit carsick.
91, medical, 4559, VE Avenue.
Yeah, he's excellent. But this is part of his job description, so he's gonna mute that. He's expert in importing all kinds of layers on Google Earth. A broken arm call. So he's got these data sources, which I don't think are free. And he layers, and then he puts it on Google Earth, which is 3D. I try to take classes in this stuff, and the math prerequisites I couldn't meet. I'm like, okay. I sat down with the dean of the school. I said, why would I need math skills again? For mapping. I know basic geometry and advanced algebra. Is there something else I need here? What kind of formulas and stuff am I going to be using with maps? And the dean got all flustered and said, these prerequisites are there for a reason. And I just basically had to bite my lip. Yeah, to make you more money because you're charging $800 for math classes that I don't actually need as a multimedia fine arts student. But they blocked me out of it. They're the same ones saying, no, you have to pass the test. The first part is multiplication tables and division. I said I have numbers dyslexia. I can't memorize numbers, so I can do fine with a calculator. No calculators allowed. What the hell is this, 1946? It was a scam. It really was. So that if I were to take, fifth grade, fourth grade math all the way to 2 algebra, which I already knew, I did the math, just looked at the credits and how much it cost. They were going to make about $18,000 off of me. Screw you. And the horse you rode in on, you scam artists. They started blocking me from acting. Yeah, I said, when in God's name am I ever going to be without a calculator? You know? And why the hell? So anyway, yeah, he gave me a lecture and tried to make me act all grateful that he allowed me to take a directing actors class without waiving the math prerequisite. I said, I know algebra. Isn't that good enough? No, technically you don't know anything because you can't do long division. I technically don't know anything about math because I can't do long division. I said, long division's fake. He goes, what? He goes, I said, do you know remainders aren't real? In Europe, they don't do long division because remainders are not real. They're just an evidence of the flaw of that system. They do something called columnar decimal division. The state of California made me learn that because they decided to go metric. I grew up on a metric system and had to learn the rest when I came to Oregon. That was fun. Mm-hmm. I have a T85. Thanks, Nathan. That made me feel stupid. My math teachers all made me feel stupid. There's only one that understood it was like a learning disability, and I wasn't stupid. I struggled, and then I knew that I can learn about anything as long as I have an interest and I can see the value. If not, it's painful. That's a characteristic of ADD. If we're enthusiastic about anything, we will throw ourselves at it. We have to be stimulated. Otherwise, it's just so. So all of the textbooks and stuff still had these examples about Billy wants to fire a rocket. It was really cool. It's kind of like straight out of the 1950s, where like backyard rocket things are cool. I can't just play his video. I'd love to, without permission. If people want to see it, go ahead. He is excellent. I highly recommend Zeke. But I am pretty upset. If there's a different dean at the college right now, I feel like I should request an honorary degree. And any freaking classes I want right now, because I want to help people better. I want to do what Zeke does. Show people in 3D, where's the fire, where's it going, its true rate of spread, blah, blah, blah. And, well, I started to learn to self-educate, Google Earth. And I signed up for a non-credit course, only to have it canceled because Google abandoned Google Earth. It's no longer updated. It's kind of flawed and chunky, and the new thing is ArcGIS. Joseph says remainders are useful. For some of my mathematics and programming, I need modulus functions. The mod function returns not the quotient, but the remainder. I understand it. The quotient, not the remainder. The quotient, not the remainder. I'm kidding. I'm just making fun of you. I don't know what you're saying. But I'm sure for advanced theoretical stuff and things, that matters, But I don't think I'll be launching rockets or doing modular or anything. No, I was just I'm sorry, I was just lulled into sleep by the I hear modular function and what? Where am I? Okay. Helco on demand. Yeah. Hi, Sarah. How are you? Aha, the drone mission is complete. There's a Global Ranger and a Chinook working the west side. I wonder if they ever showed up in the Los Molinos cam. Let's do a quick, but truly, they don't teach long division in Europe, really. It's considered antiquated with the metric system. Besides, okay, maybe you could tell me, is you shared a one sheet of park updates in the back channel for my reference. Okay, Joseph says I put in the Gilliam serial date number. Julian serial date, as in Julius Caesar sun calendar, and it tells me what day of the week that is. I program most all the date math functions found in Excel or spreadsheets. I understand math is not for everybody. I actually like it. Okay, the good news about this story is I like it. I've learned to enjoy it because I never wanted to fire a damn rocket, It was all geared to boys. So I just didn't think I'd ever use it, and I didn't think I was capable of learning. None of my math teachers, except one, ever, believed in me or tried to tell me that I ever would need it. So they would say, well, what is your interest? They tried, sort of. And I said, well, art. And he goes, oh, well, you're probably never going to use math then. What? There's so much mathematical. There's so much art. YouTuber. God, Mikhail, I see you are an educated man. When I took an art history class, I found out that all the Renaissance masters are using the golden rectangle, or the golden rectangle, and all of forced perspective tricks. You're doing equations to figure this out, and it's like a big rectangle and a smaller one inside it, and you put the lines together, and it looks three-dimensional. And then you rotate it, and that's wireframing for like 3D modeling. I told them I had an interest in like Hollywood effects. That's exactly how you do 3D modeling. You put a wire frame and then a skin on it, and then to animate like a elephant walking, it has like wire legs. It's almost like they used to do it to make puppets and do stop motion, like Sinbad and the Seven Seas and Ray Harryhausen's magic with Clash of the Titans and stuff, the originals. And I could learn math and make digital art. Damn it! They never said that. They never said that math would unlock the ability for me to make programs like Instagram and become a billionaire. That was like the easiest $1 billion anybody ever made. It's a photo bragging. Look at what I did. I can use 16 neat filters and make everything look cool and show my friends, and they hit the like button and I'm addicted to it. And then you put ads and then you make $1 billion. Yeah, that would have interested me. I'd be very enthusiastic about learning math. Hell yeah. Give me more of that. Yeah, it's sacred geometry. There's philosophy. I didn't know that Pythagoras was like worshipped as a demigod and as a sage, depending on who you ask. And depending on who you ask. I didn't know that if I learned properties of like physics, I could work. You can work wonders. You can understand like the principles, angles of a screw. Put it in a tube, and then you can make water go up against gravity. That's how they used to pump out ships before pumps. Let me see, Sarah. Let me look. Okay, I don't see it. And hell yeah, I want to press pad. So that would explain how the Hanging Gardens of Babylon existed. It's a ziggurat with gardens at the top. If they had wooden Archimedes screws, that explains that. Hand me my Nobel Prize, thank you. I've just proven that one of the 7 wonders of the world could have actually existed, and it's doubted. I learned to do Excel basics. Yeah. Yeah, like if any of them had told me it would open up a world of things like if without math I'm limited in what I can do, and it would open the world to me. Instead it was, this is not your forte. Most women struggle with this. It's not your fault. It's the weaker sex, kind of implied. And I don't mind that stereotype at all. It's kind of real. We're not exactly the same, the sexes, and we do not have the same everything. That's okay. It's aptitude. Men have a higher natural aptitude, right? Meaning it just kind of comes a bit easier, but it's not like we're stupid. And that shouldn't be confused. Women have a higher aptitude for multitasking, splitting our attention, but there actually are physical brain differences that explain that. And neuroconnectedness and blah, 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 look up a research paper. But it doesn't mean you're capable. It means you gotta work harder, and then you develop this skill. So that's okay. By weaker, they mean physically. That's freaking true. I think we should not be militant about some of those phrases. We're obviously not weaker. We can bear children, and that's brutal. But why women and children first is a thing. It's because in a disaster, especially in an escape kind of situation, like escaping a sinking ship or getting out of earthquake rubble or something, physical strength matters. And so the window of opportunity to escape closes much quicker for women first and children. than for men. Oftentimes, the physical exertion that it takes to, say, pull down a fire escape that's like made out of metal, or climb like a lot up a ladder, gets us exhausted by the time we've done that. Then we can't go on. So, with assistance from men, we can make it, and without it, we have very low statistical survival probability without assistance. That's just normal. I mean, that's reality. I don't win races against men my age. it's just reality. That's why there's women's sports and men. And no, I didn't mean the weaker sexes and brains. I meant to explain that that's a perception about female, the weaker sex. That it's a thing men are afraid to say, but it's like their perception, But I don't mind that term. I'm totally cool with it. Hey, good night, California Cat. Yeah, we complement each other. Our skill sets complement each other, and the way that nature works is that female survival is prioritized in every species that really thrives. There is a chivalry in nature because that's a species survival thing. The females have extra weaknesses in order to reproduce in general, or extra needs, at least nutritional. Yeah. Yeah, Yosef, I mean, for us, men have a choice, and in many shipwreck cases, if you go look at shipwreck disasters, I studied disasters in general, trying to figure out how we can. Where, Sarah, did you send that? Uh, uh, um. So we're more complex than an animal. Like animals, they're driven by instinct, right? Not really conscious thoughts. They just do, right? So if you look at shipwrecks where men were the only survivors, and that's like a lot before the women and children first became a mantra and a socially repeated phrase. The men that do survive watching all the women and children drown or whatever, they have a very difficult time living with themselves the rest of their lives. There's an intrinsic an intrinsic knowledge of what males are supposed to do. Just protect and help the species, perpetuate. That is kind of their role, if they choose. But as the conscious thinkers, we could choose not to do that, of course. But it's a nature thing. And also we are more complex. We have empathy, so just men and people in general can live with themselves much better if they know that they did everything they could do for a victim. It's much harder if you could have done something more. So the yeah, we'll just yeah, we're complicated creatures, right? Yeah. It's in my cat box. What the hell is that? I was looking. Hold my hand. Oh my God, there are things I didn't see. Oh, they have some updated maps. Cool. Are they actually out before 3 in the morning? Oh, cool. I guess the drone just did land. Did it just hit? Did the waffle just hit the iron? Okay. A PM update briefing. Thank you. Much obliged. In Division 8, there was massive growth of 150,000 acres. Division H, excuse me. Division A, fires maintained a footprint extending the line up the west flank 5,000 acres, holding up along the ridge along Highway 36. Great. Paynes Creek. Wait. That was on the 25th. The massive growth of 150,000 acres. That says it was on the 25th. So, yeah, the Paynes Creek area had a huge run last night. Structural defense along 36. That's what they said in the community meeting, or in the briefing today we watched. I've already said all this. These are the notes that the sheriff already said all this stuff, guys, but okay. Wait, are the new maps in town yet? Let's see. Okay. Yeah, that's cool that you got these notes. It was this is the thing that we watched. The officials kind of bullet pointed that to the public. Now we know the notes they use for their speeches. Yeah, see here. It was the press conference at 3:00 where they said all this stuff. Yeah. How many insects have died in the fire? All I need to know is how many spiders, and then I can be happy. That's very sad, Yosef. Your TI-89 graphing calculator failed. The batteries failed. The calculator froze. And resetting it, my programs have vanished. Tragic. Okay, let me look for the new battle maps. Going to my secret spot. They haven't made. All right, the radio crackled was just kind of a check-in. I don't see any new maps. They haven't made a folder for the 28th yet. The drone flew. Which camera may have seen this copter? Oh, damn thing's rotating. All right, I've got camera one. It's the moon. Yeah, it flew in front of Tuscan Butte. Man, Kern County's messed up. Joseph says insects do not matter and they will not be missed. They reproduce quickly. There's no effect. And insects have no personality. Actually, yeah, some of them are pretty advanced. Have you ever really looked at a praying mantis? Those peer back at you with intelligence. The Chinese used to breed them and fight them, like into little fighting pits, and they would gamble on them. They box, and there's a kung fu style called mantis. It is strategic, where you hold up your arms, just like in the mantis style, and you wait for your opponent to screw up, to give an opening, and you strike at lightning speed with critical strikes. And you're in defense mode the whole time, putting your arms up. It's amazing. I think my dad was a mantis. I'll have to ask him. And he got in an epic fight with his teacher, actually. He talks about it. He broke a bunch of toes and his fingers. His teacher got riled up and challenged my dad to a fight as a student. And Mook House is a fading fast. Yeah. Chris Jones says I have a degree in zoology from UC Davis, class of 74. Cool. Mantis are the apex predators. Imagine 8 foot tall. Oh my god. Well, they can't exist.
Morrow Engine 366 will be committed approximately 45 minutes.
366-0109.
Unless except under one condition. Do you know what that condition is? An 8 foot tall insect or arachnid. You know the answer? Trivia. I'm proud of knowing the answer. Not that I have any deep knowledge on the subject of insectivore. By the way, Yosef, why do you study Julian sun calendar and calculate dates? Are you an astrologer? Yes, you win, Joe. I'm impressed with your knowledge. I am really impressed. Well, the largest insects of the air-breathing world, above water, were the flying dragonflies. They say in the fossil record. They were like 4.5 foot wingspans and stuff. They're pretty huge. That was about the limit because there's a couple of problems. One is gravity and having an exoskeleton, that your own skeleton begins to kind of crush you. You're propped up from the outside, and the way they move their limbs is like hydraulic power, kind of like squeezing their body fluids, certain parts of their limbs to make locomotion, I guess. Correct me if I'm wrong. The other problem is oxygen. They have to have a huge amount of oxygen in the atmosphere. It has to be a percentage much larger than today. So when there were no polar ice caps back in the day, like no polar ice caps, it's probably most of Earth's history actually. The world was covered with so much tropical jungle stuff that there's extra oxygen everywhere. I can only imagine how bad wildfires were with that. Probably unimaginable with that amount of oxygen. Who knows? Yeah, Jurassic times and the like. Yes, there's much more oxygen back then. And methane and stuff, I think. But anyway, the effects of a lot of swamps. I mean, plus the Earth was a bit more wild back then with the whole... Alright, we gotta check on So see if the fire's died down a little bit. Ooh, already looking directly at it again. Colby, what? What? It's not tracking it? Oh, for love of cars. I need it to be looking to the right. And in focus. Mr. Red Horse sound. Did the helicopter ever go in front of Tuscan Butte? Ah, it's just a moon. Or one of the Platte Mountains. Still looking at the fire. Now it's in panoramic mode, so we can't time lapse it. Damn it. Well, everybody with these cameras went to bed or something and just left it in idle mode, I guess. I'm frustrated. So there, heat detector. And there's our burn pile of Los Molinos or whatever. Mill Creek. Here's where they're doing their prescribed fire. Verified by the can. And the activities of Colby right here, where the biggest white glow is, dying down. I'm satisfied. We can sleep now. I don't expect any great significant activity on the park fire until tomorrow afternoon. So, well, so insects get a lot of their oxygen from the air. Don't ask me why. I'm not an insectologist. But to truly grow to monstrous size like the epically huge scorpions, the sea scorpions were the size of Volkswagen Beetles, man. Sea scorpions were terrors. Man. It doesn't look that impressive until you realize they're the size of a car. 6'2" long, that one is. Oh, it's only $900. Guys, let's buy it. It's only $995. It's on sale. It's Euryptides. No, Eurypterus remipes. Or remipes. It's from Herkimer County, New York, from Lang's Quarry. It is in shale. It is 6.2. Oh, that's inches. Sorry, that's a crustacean. I was just testing it. Well, these are little ones. Where's the big ones? $1,000 for a 6-inch fossil? Surely you must be joking. Yeah, what's the big species? Yeah, these guys. Oh my God, freaky. And so Dunkley, what was his name? Dunkleosaurus. There are a lot of big armored fish and quasi crustacean wannabe arachnid types. Family Euryptides or whatever this is. And so Dunkleosaurus or whatever. Yeah, Dunkleosteos. I'm too tired for this. Was this gigantic armored fish with a steam shovel mouth, and his job was just crunch. Just find stuff and crunch. He had giant fang jaws. He would mess you up. Terror of the deep. There was this era of big nautilus Everything had a shell, man. It was like I'm impenetrable in this shell. And then Dunk evolved to mess them up. It's like, oh crap. Never mind. I want to be fast. I don't want to be armored. I want to be fast. I want to go fast, 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 fast. Get me out of here. If you ever play Ark Survival Evolved, you can tame. It's a neat game. It will ruin your PC if you let it up. You really need man. Somebody's terrifying. Excuse me. It's one of the most least optimized games ever. You need a super PC just to run it. But the game, you just wake up naked on a beach, and you start out in the Stone Age. You just don't know who you are or where you are. And all of a sudden there's dinosaurs and creatures of every era, from mammoths walking around to stegosaurus to dunk to nautilus, pterodactyls, giant eagles, argentavis, the world's largest bird ever. They're just roaming around, T-Rex, Spinosaur, Baryonyx, everything you could ever dream of is just walking around ready to kill you, though. So the idea is you just learn to survive in a savage world, bang sticks together and make spears and make arrows, and then evolve to, find metal nodes and try to smelt that, make yourself a primitive kiln to make bread, and you'll die constantly in the beginning. But then you can tame animals by finding special narcotic berries. It's an awesome game. And you start riding dinosaurs, so it's basically the Flintstones in a game, and each dinosaur does a silly thing. So like Stegosaur will swish his tail and harvest millions of berries at once, right? And if a T-Rex comes along, you can now take him on, instead of just being a snack. So this is Kern County. Yeah, you've played it, Thermistor. I could be making so much money just playing games like that, and like I have hilarious fun times with my friends, but I've given that all up for this. It's sad, but the most entertaining game players make just tons of money. Just people just throw money at their favorite game players because they want to watch them play games. Usually, as people have to work, they can at least kind of look over their shoulder and see somebody playing their favorite game. It can be hilarious. You can get a brontosaurus like in the Flintstones and actually slide down its tail to get down to the bottom. And you can saddle them up and ride them. And you can put a platform saddle on a brontosaurus and build a little house on it. And so you have a literal walking mobile home on the back of a brontosaurus. Good times. So later you can start exploring the ocean. And the little dolphins are like ichthyosaurs. They're little friendly creatures. And you tame them by petting them and giving them fish until they like you. And then suddenly they accept you as a rider. And you're having a good time in the ocean. And then Dunkleosaurus comes along and you go, oh my God, run! And he bites you in half and kills your dolphin. And you're like, oh my God. He killed Boo Boo. He killed Boo Boo. I could have an awesome Twitch channel. That was what I wanted to do. I was too shy. I was just getting ready. I was really shy. I was always like about to make a channel, right? I was always about to start a YouTube channel, but as a shy, insecure perfectionist, no, people are gonna laugh at me if I have audio this crappy. No, I need to wait until I have a better camera. No, I need to wait until I have a better microphone. No, it'll look better, and people won't make fun of me if I have a better this or that. And years go by and I haven't done it yet. It's just, you know how it is. But I technically didn't have a powerful enough computer anyway. And then suddenly I was actually playing a game like that, and reality happened. That's when somebody in the game told me, "Did you know that there's a fire in paradise?" What? And I had been kind of learning about how to go live in multimedia fine arts and mapping and stuff, but I wanted to finish my degree first and be like a pro. And that was the one thing that made me just finally hit the damn button. I had to put aside, it doesn't matter if it's not perfect, I have to go now. I have to start right now. And Incognito came in. Man, we should have had more of a fun time with him. Am I familiar with Polly Switch now? The mister said I used to watch my friend play it. He was super into it, and I thought it was funny. Oh, it's very addictive, yeah. Later in Arc, they added dragons, and so, yeah, I was flying on the back of a dragon like Daenerys in Game of Thrones. Freaking amazing. Yeah, Joseph, are you including though oxygenate? Many people discount the fact that the ocean produces a lot of oxygen in the form of microbes, some algae. Since ocean covers most of the face of the earth, that's a big boost. Now there's a big movement to try to stop ocean floor mining, and some people are pointing out that a lot of oxygen comes from microbes in the ocean, deep ocean floor. Right, scorpions are arthropods. Yes. But everybody knows an arthropod is just a crustacean wannabe. He also says I just love to watch video games playing on YouTube. So much better than TV. Yeah. Yeah, I don't like jump cut fast. Overstimulating crap either. I don't quite like the total boring slowness of, say, PBS, Like something a little bit more in between. Just engaging. I had a bunch of ideas. I thought that gaming would be less pressure on me, that I could be silly and laugh at my mistakes, and I would get over my shyness gradually by having fun with people, just being a silly entertainer. Our total conception of the earth is all in the mind. There's a very funny short video on YouTube, and there's like it's a bear, and he's like, somebody feeds him honey that's dosed with something, and the bear starts having an acid trip dream. And the song goes, "It's all in your mind. It's all in your mind." When people say that, that's what I think about. There's some funny stuff on YouTube. But in order to support a massive weight of an exoskeleton of any kind of arthropod, seeing double, I'm tired at this point. I've been live for 15 hours, guys. Almost done eating. Kerouac said that. Harry Truman, Doris Day, Red China, Johnny Ray, South Pacific, Walter Winchell, Joe DiMaggio, Rosenberg, H-Bomb, Sugar Ray, Patman John, Brando the King of Night, and the Catcher in the Rye. Eisenhower vaccine, England's got a new queen. Marciana Liberace Satayana Goodbye. Where Lebanon, Chelsea, California baseball, Starkweather, homicide, children of the moonlight, Buddy Holly, Ben Hur, Space Monkey Mafia, Hula Hoops, Castro, Edzila's No-Go, U2, Saban Reed, Paola and Kennedy, Chubby Checker Psycho, Belters in the Congo. I forgot where Kerouac goes into the song. It's spoken word. It's not a true rap. It's spoken word, technically, but it's Billy Joel. And Kerouac is in the song, and it's a repetition of all the major scandals, headlines, and events for the years that go by until the time of the song, which was made in the late 80s or early 90s. We didn't start the fire. Kerouac's mentioned somewhere in there. Yeah, you know. Have I ever seen Diablo Lake in Washington? It's a beautiful turquoise. Sounds like the Opal Creek Wilderness to burn to the ground in 2020. That bothers me. I used to know it from start to finish. I saw Billy Joel in concert. It was freaking rad. He was so good. Yeah. Did you know that silverfish, that everybody thinks is a little insect that gets in your bathtub, walks around your bathroom, and gets in your pantry? Those little silverfish bugs, that they're crustaceans. No joke. They're crustaceans. Surely we must be joking. They're not insects. They're crustaceans. This is wrong. Arthropoda. Why does MMD? Why is WebMD the first thing? Medical conditions, do they bite? What? No, they don't bite people. In fact, these pests have weak jaws, so their bite is better linked to a long scraping motion. They're crustaceans. They are cosmopolitan species. And they're harmless. Oh my god, but they eat bugs? Oh god, okay, I hate them now. I didn't realize that. Oh, these things have destroyed so much history then. Oh dear. What else do they do? What else do they destroy in the house? I thought they were kind of harmless and they eat bugs and stuff. In Australia, the species commonly referred to as a silverfish is a different lepismatid. Whatever that is. Like Erixia, yeah, Billy Joel is badass. Everybody should know we didn't start the fire. It's a sweet, sweet music video. And I'll get a copyright strike, but I think, not a strike, but a hit. It's about not blaming generations for all the problems of the world. Because the youth blame the adults and the adults blame the youth. And it's just like, this is as old as time, and it's a really cool music video. and the different eras.
Branch 20 operations, go ahead.
Quick update, firing operation in Oscar is progressing as planned. From the UAS, we could get a gauge on the depth. We're probably 300 to 400 feet, actively, slowly burning down slope, understory burn as we wanted. No spots so far, and we'll continue pushing on. They are going to start on the upper end as well, so we can get that project completed, but so far the one in Oscar is going just as planned.
Okay, copy, great. I'm just coming into Forest Ranch now, so I'll tie with you shortly.
Sweet. Now that was a good and useful radio transmission. Indeed, they are doing firing operations in Oscar, which is the northeastern section. So great. We're going to the firing ops on Oscar is progressing as planned. So they're going to start at the upper end too to get that all completed. Cool. Chris Jones says my friend passed out drunk and woke up with 100 baby garter snakes in a sleeping bag. Ew, God. That's epic. That's epic. When people used to pass out at our parties, we shave their head. I mean, guys, you know, and put shaving cream all over their head. And they would put little objects in the shaving cream. They wake up looking like Pinhead, you know, and a Captain Morgan Sharpie mustache was a must, of course. I mean, you have to do that. You know. But, oh, God, wouldn't the baby snake kind of be crushed, you know? Like, that's a little harsh on them. Oh, God, don't mention spiders, man. I'll ban you immediately. Yeah, once a hose spider invaded my living room. Oh, God, yeah, they are around Portland. They came from England or something. They're actually kind of shy, but they're so huge and scary. I demand them to be killed immediately just because of the principle. I don't even want to retell that story because I don't want to relive it. I don't want to relive it. Where is Division Oscar? Yep, they mentioned Forest Ranch was looking good. So they said they're going to start on the upper end too in order to get that complete. Whatever that means. Aha. So, our heroes they're working hard and getting progress. Getting safer and safer. I do fear for whatever happened at Campbellville, though. Like, were they able to save these structures? What happened at Easy Wilderness is it's just going to be a wasteland. It is so incredible and sacred. That's why it's called that. It's one of those places that sometimes I go around the world and I just know I walk into a scene and I know I'm in a sacred spot. I just get the chills. And there are these really smooth boulders and rocks, and it's like a playground that I was taken to in Butte County, and I had never seen big boulders and rocks that were that smooth. It was just like bubbles in the landscape. And you could leap from rock to rock like a monkey. There were these cascading waterfalls over them. I know, yeah. Everybody, like, Smitty and people who know about the Indians there, they hung out there. It was like their paradise, Um, I don't see what I'm talking about here. But in order to wear rocks smooth like that, that's the action of water over many years. And so it's probably stuff like the melting glaciers type stuff. A harrowing descent into Mill Creek. Somebody try to shoot those rapids. Oh, wow. Uh, huh. He was an expert flint knapper, and they loved the insulators on electrical poles. So at first the power companies were like, "What are you doing? Stop this stuff." Then they realized it was smarter to just leave them some, the deep blue glass colors. They made stuff like this. This is what Ishi made out of glass. They work a lot like obsidian. It's natural glass. And so they realized it was just smarter for them to leave insulators by the poles for the Indians, telegraph or telephone or power or whatever. They just take those and leave the ones on the poles alone. It's not like they were expensive. Butte County has some magic in it. What? That's a wild boar. It shouldn't be in Butte County. Butte Adventures. Really beautiful up there. McCarthy Point Lookout. I wonder if it survived, actually. Where is this? Oh, God, thanks. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I left the map up. This is the Ishi Wilderness. I'll show you guys the glass point he made in a second. I just went around looking through some images to see if I could find the smooth rock area that I was talking about. Then I clicked on this. This is to look at. Where is this? If I get my third monitor after I fix the desk, that won't happen much because I'll actually not have to crank my head to the left to see the monitor that you guys are seeing. So it's north of Barkley Mountain. Northeast. But in between Barkley and Flatiron Mountain. Oh, God. I believe the fire just ripped right through there. Ugh. Ugh. It's like right here. Maybe they saved it, but that's hard to get to. What's a slat long? There's trees right next to it. View it on recreation.gov. Constructed in 1936 by the Civilian Conservation Corps for use in spotting wildfires. In World War II, served as a part of an aircraft defense monitoring system that extended throughout California. It's accessible by vehicle, but a high clearance vehicle recommended. You must walk 1,000 feet along a paved trail to reach it. It's a high cliff area. Caution is advised. The cabin offers several comforts, but guests may need to bring some supplies and gear. The scenic views, remote location make McCarthy Point Lookout an ideal retreat. It's a 2-room cabin with a kitchen and a bedroom. 3,600 feet. It's located with a state game refuge. It protects species like wild hog. What the hell are you talking about? They're invasive. There are no wild hogs in North America. This is the government teaching people bull beep. No, wild hogs destroy the environment out here. Most birds, pretty much all birds in North America, learn to fly from the ground up. They spend 1 to 3 weeks on the ground learning to fly because there are no natural cats here either. Not much that really targets them. Bobcats are pretty few and far between. But 2 things devastate them. 3 things out here. Opossums eat ground nesting bird eggs, and they're not native west of the Rockies. But wild hogs eat everything on the ground if it can't escape their mouth. Just like pigs on a farm are not allowed to go by the chickens. There's little chicks on the ground, they'll just little turkeys on the ground or turkey eggs. They devastate everything they see. They root up all of the plants and eat the roots and destroy the native plants. They're little bulldozers. A game refuge that protects wild hogs? You freaking idiots. That means you're not a refuge. It means you're death row for our native species. I've caught the government just teaching complete nonsense to people, just complete and utter nonsense. And like institutions that should know better. A hall of shame. What would be a hard situation for you to handle? Chris says I woke up at Hunter Liggett Military Base in a sleeping bag surrounded by hundreds of tarantulas in the breeding season. You'd have to straight jacket me up. I would never stop screaming the rest of my life. Oh my God. I remember once I decided that I would be like a wild girl, like a girl who could be barefoot in the wild, you know? I could get used to anything and like tolerate anything. Like I'd toughen up my feet, right? As soon as we moved into the country. And yes, I was very young, and I'm like picking up walking sticks and pretending like I'm learning to staff fight with them or something. And I would be able to hide anywhere and crawl into any small space, and no matter what, I'd tolerate it. If an insect were crawling me, I'd tolerate it, but I'd be quiet anyway. Survival skills, no matter what. And I'd create little caches in the woods, little hidey holes, and move between them. And I'd like have little survival shelters in case of like storms that would hit, and I'd progressively move these out further and further until I could have like a loop far out into the wilderness, the foothills of California, like in between gold mines and places where I could shelter if there's like a big storm. Until I could finally have like a loop where I could have these shelters as pretty much as far as you could walk in half a day, just in case you got, hurt or something. You could, you know, it's not wise to have your next survival shelter and require yourself to make good time the entire day. Like things happen, you get delayed, right? So I decided, yeah, I'm gonna sleep in a minute. We got our last good update that everything's fine. I can't go to bed hungry. It's one of my things, and I can't go to bed hot. So I've been opening the window for a while now, enjoying some cool air. But you're right. Yeah, I'm coming up on 18 hours of duty here. So, yeah, like Kayla the Cave Bear. Yeah, I saw that. I saw a edited version. My parents didn't let me see the brutal sexual rape scene of Clan of the Cave Bear, but that was a cool movie. That's what doomed the movie. That's why Clan of the Cave Bear wasn't like a cool movie series. It had a brutal sexual rape scene. God, why include that? So, otherwise that movie's pretty dang neat. So, but yeah, I had foolish city girl ideas about what I could be like. So I decided I would test myself. Like, where could I hide places? And I was fine. I could hide in attics and stuff. Fine with that. Got hot, but that's okay. I did find little rock shelters, not like true caves, but like boulders against each other. That was okay. And then I decided, well, around the house, because we'd play hide and go seek and stuff too, of course. Where would be the best place to hide that would be like super, nobody would find me, and kind of sheltered at the same place if I needed to be. So I decided I'd hide underneath our wooden deck, up in Foothills, California. And so there was like a little gap in the actual steps. You had like that cross-hatched kind of gable thing that's decorative that keeps larger animals from getting up underneath the deck, like a raccoon, right? Like a veranda, a terrace kind of thing, whatever, for vines to climb. Yeah. So I was quite small for my age all the time, so I fit under there, and I was like, yeah, nobody would ever look for me here. I was pretty happy with myself. And there were dead leaves under there. It was cool, cold dirt. And I kind of went, oh God, spiders. I've always been a bit afraid of spiders. I'm like, maybe I could get used to them or something. There were some webs down there. And then I decided to move my hand aside so I could see move the leaves, right? And it was autumn. Thank God. In a way, it was autumn. I moved my hand aside, I brushed the leaves aside, and that's when I froze. I had almost touched them with my fingertips. There was the largest ball of snakes I've ever seen in my life, all wrapped together and intertwining, and they started to move when I disturbed them. Just all kinds of sandy, yellowish, brownish muscles contracting in scales, and like like a ball of yarn in every little string moving. And then a couple eyes started looking at me, real
Operation Telco, command.
beady little eyes. And
Telco operations, go ahead. Operation Telco, all the rotors are done for the evening. Most of the work occurred in Division H, tying in dozer line to retardant. Yeah, can you repeat? I can barely copy. All the rotors are done for the evening. Finished our work in hotel, supporting the dozers tied into the retardant put in today, coming south of Inskip.
Yeah, I'm unable to copy you. I'm over in Forest Ranch, not too
wow, unable to copy. I'm in
Morrowville, Helco on command.
communication problems.
Park Helco, Morrowville. All the helicopters are returning to base done for the evening.
Orbital copies. Additionally, information 7 Hotel Sierra will be doing recon approximately the next 4 hours. Looks like they're about to lift shortly.
Helco copies, thank you.
Yep, cool. Now we know what the helicopters were doing, adding retardant to the dozer line on the west side. Awesome. So they were all rattlesnakes. Bonafide rattlesnakes. Big ones, small ones, and some as big as your head. A big ball of overwintering, nesting for the day rattlesnakes. Turns out rattlesnakes kind of go to sleep for the winter in a sort of hibernation because they're too cold to move. And so they just get into a den and use each other's body heat in a giant snake ball. Yeah. Thank God they were too cold to move. If this had been summertime, I'd probably be missing fingers. It probably would have bitten me in the hand and I would have lost fingers probably with the venom situation. Because I was a kid. That would have been a lot of venom for little fingers. That's when I just got the stupid notion that I could be a wild girl out of my head, and I said, okay, nature, I am not tough enough for you. I give up. And I'll never go outside again. Every time I get excited about nature, then I realize there's bugs. And that's when I realized I don't like it anymore. I went out. Nature is a game with very good graphics. I must admit, the best on Earth. But permadeath is enabled, for one. And something I don't agree with. And the game also it has a bunch of rules you don't know about until it's too late. Good morning, you think? Yeah, it's about time to hit the hay. Yeah, I don't even remember how I got out of there. I think I teleported out from underneath the deck. I truly don't remember. I'm underneath the deck, I move the leaves aside, and then all of a sudden I'm upright on the deck, looking at where it came from, frozen in terror. I remember my dad came outside, he was like, "You look like you've seen a ghost." I think I just pointed with eyes, as big as saucers, looking like I'd just come from Vietnam, going, "Snakes." That's all I could say was just, "Snakes." So I remember Dad getting a flashlight, getting on his belly and looking under there, and he goes, "Sweet Mother of God." I mean, we knew there would be snakes. We didn't know there'd be snakes under the house in the foothills of California. Yeah. But later I became a pretty good snake handler. It became routine. We just find them in the garden and stuff. And we had a rule. Oh God, Chris Jones says I had a 4-foot rattler swim across the bow of my kayak while running a class 4 rapid on the Kern River. Jay Craft says I heard one warn me in my backyard the other day. Never did see it. Removed several in the past few years. That's the thing. Rattling is a warning, don't step on me. That's very polite, actually. And they really do a number on the smaller insects when they're young, and the rodents when they're adults. They're quite beneficial. So we had the rule, a pretty progressive rule, and like it or not, it's wise. Whether or not a rattlesnake rattles to warn you it's there is an instinct, and they're born like that. They either do it or they don't. It's like a gene or something is switched on or it's off. And so the problem with places like Texas and whatnot, where they had rattlesnake roundups and they ran out and collected them in mass, they used to kill them, but now they milk them to make anti-venom, and that's okay. Rattlesnake roundup is going out when they're in hibernation mode and looking under boulders and collecting them. They can't really move when they're too cold. And so once it was like, they used to think when they killed it that it was a protecting the community thing, reducing their population. But now they realized they kind of screwed themselves with the rodents, and the rodents multiplied. And now it's just to create anti-venom and they release them. So the thing is, like Texas, it was kind of a study, a case in point. In other places, they mostly found them when they disturbed them because of the noise of the rattles. The ones that didn't like move and rattle when disturbed kind of went undetected. And in the past, people would kind of kill a rattlesnake immediately, just thinking that's a danger to me. I just reduced the danger, So what happened over time is certain places, every generation, the rattlesnakes, sorry about that noise, they had more and more that just didn't rattle ever. And that's when you're going to step on them and actually die. So, so a new kind of progressive rule was really it's best to only eliminate the ones that don't rattle. If they do, you're nice. Thank you for the warning. You get relocated out of the garden, but somewhere else. So we had that policy. And I got good at relocating the rattlers. I never killed them myself. I couldn't bring myself to do it. But it kind of worked. After a while, every single snake we ever encountered rattled at us, and so we completely stopped the killing. Yeah, there's something to that. My dad unfortunately got bit one night, but that's because he's hard of hearing because of the Air Force. SR-71s and U-2s and stuff make a lot of noise. So he went out to turn off the water one night, and one had coiled around the sprinklers in the yard. And it probably rattled, but he can't hear that frequency anymore. So he got tagged, and later he showed me this wicked scar. He never called me. He's in the hospital, like, severely injured. Yeah, the squirrels are rodents. Yeah, they do that. So, if you want to go to bed, folks, you can. Everything is looking nice on the park fire. Really nice. The Kern County one is menacing. The Burrell is frightening. We haven't had an update on it in 3 hours, so I guess they're not evacuating any new place or whatever. I gotta save my strength for tomorrow, and afternoons are most important to street. Yeah. So Dad showed me these wicked scars. He had these two like puncture marks, and it was like he's got very lucky. He was at the ankle where the artery or vein is, by the ankle. And so what saved him was wearing pants. So he was out there. I don't know if he was just in flip-flops or what, which is a mistake anywhere in California in the foothills. But it was a routine. Every night he went off and turned off the sprinklers there. It's kind of weird. And good night, Christo. Remember, guys, hit the like button already if you didn't. We had 7,385 views and only 293 likes, but grateful for those. Remember to subscribe and ring bell so you know when we go live again. So what happened is the fangs went through his pants and got stuck in his pants. So he feels the bite, the pinprick. He looks down and there's a snake stuck on his pants with his mouth by the mouth. So he does a dance, and starts kicking his leg out. And the snake is stuck on his pants, flip-flopping and just flipping back and forth, rattling the whole time, really pissed off. Getting more pissed off by the second. This happened years ago. And so he just kept shaking his leg and like hopping on one leg, doing a circle, just trying to kick it away from him, and it's still stuck on his pants by both fangs. It's a pretty sizable one, like 4 feet, fat little guy. So he had to reach down and grab it with his bare hands. He picks it up, and they look at each other, and it's as scared as he is. It's got like wide eyes, like, oh my God. And I said, great job, Dad. Is that how you lived? You're smart enough to keep him? Because the two things that are most important when you get bit by a snake is keep it. So they can identify the exact species to get you the correct antivenom, and B, if there's still some venom in his own sacs, they can create some antivenom for you. I said, that must be how you survived, right? Dad goes, hell no. I picked it up and I threw it. Oh. I was like, wait, so it's still out there in the yard somewhere? Yeah. But he didn't kill it, you know. He goes, it rattled, you know. I could tell it was doing that. I basically did step on it. So, yeah. That's terrifying, Chris. But I want to hear about your rafting adventures later. So, guys, no mods are around. I hope they're all safely passed out. So, I know Peter, Luck, entomologist. I know that. I'll say weatherologist and insectologist playfully. But overall, well, look at this. There's a bulldozer. Is that a work light? Our last live image here. I better get off fast. Every time I say I'm going to bed, some crisis unfolds. What are they doing here? Are they creating a burn pile? Oh, it's just his work light. Is that damn bright? There's a dozer. See what I mean when light and fire all look exactly the same? Two infrared. Hey, that's very savage. J Craft says I really relocate all of them. I moved a large diamondback off the road the other night. The two big ones that are a chicken coop were pretty docile and fat and happy. My dad stepped on one and luckily no strike. Yeah, I'd say. I bet people go, oh my god, fire! The dozer's on fire. That's what I thought at first, like, holy crap. Is he pushing logs into a bonfire? Yeah. So, the great news we just heard is the helicopters has completed retardant drops for the night because they're done with their job. There's dozer lines on the west side, kind of the flatlands, and they put retardant, connected the retardant lines to the dozer line. The west side's looking safer than ever. And then they stopped maybe for a little while, but they're back to lighting their backfires and firing their lines, which means everywhere they put a dozer line or anything other kind, they light the grass and pine needles on either side of it. So if embers land there later, they can't light anything on fire. That's awesome. Yep, sorry if you just came in. Hit the like button, friends. My power bill is enormous. This is going so well right now, and there are no mods. I know better than to leave chat around without mods. I'm just gonna get some sleep and see you in the afternoon. There you go. I'll tell you about my snake rescue. You guys have to remind me to do that. I filmed it too at my aunt's place. A funny story. Yeah, Lab Diamond. There is no choice but to make it through this, as horrible as it is. We must go on. All fires end. Eventually. We are winning as long as we don't give up. The fire is the one that has to race to do damage before it is ended by nature herself. And we're thwarting it. We're saying no best we can. We caused this. No, we didn't cause this. An idiot caused this. But we're the solution. Fire is just a chemical reaction. But can you believe it? For most of humankind's existence, we didn't even know that. We take for granted that we actually know that fire is a chemical reaction now. It was anybody's guess was as good as anybody else's back in the past. Like, what is the moon? We didn't have an answer until recently. What's fire? What's electricity? It's in many ways a good time to be alive, you know? If not very sad, too. If you look back at the past, when has the past ever been a time without sadness and loss as well? It's the human condition. At least we're a social species and we can support each other. And we can cooperate. We must never forget. Never forget. A rogue individual of our species did this. But look how many members of our species came to stop it. With cooperation. With cooperation, we can do anything. We can stop epic forces of nature, especially with an unnatural cause. So don't see this as a 100% negative thing. If you really think about this, this is proof of humankind's goodness. A few people will be bad apples and bad examples of our species, and most will shine. Thank you for helping us shine. So hit that like button if you would please. If you can't donate, don't worry. Thank you for all who have.
Orville engine 366 available in response area.
Shut that down. Where?
66 0217.
Oh,
6.
where did I put that tab? Now you know you have too many when you can't find out which one's still making noise. Seriously, where did I put it? Anyway, I'll meet it for you then. I just had to interrupt my really cool moment. All right, friends. Good night. See you in the afternoon. Good night and good luck. Thank you for making this possible.